Well, hello everyone. It's time for Boys, 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 and Relix is dealing with the
Okay,
loose
I'm
cable.
back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so there's a loose cable because I have it connected to a external thing that is also being connected to a cable, but
I see.
so I might have to rewire it, but not right now, of course.
Fair enough.
But hello!
Hello.
How is everybody this Friday evening into Saturday morning?
Boys' night.
Boys' night. But what kind of boys, you might ask? As we learned a couple streams ago, the traumatized kind.
Yep. Me too.
Let's see. It does say previously read, but I'm not sure if I read this. So let's get into it. That's weird. I lost him. I had chased him all the way back to the lake, but now he was gone. Dun dun dun. Also, congrats, Peachy, on the 5-stream watch streak. Let's go.
Also, congrats on getting first.
Oh, yeah. Defeated, I crouched down on the spot. It was now late at night. Yes, you're right. Compared to when I visited during the day, it was even more peaceful and quiet. Because of that, the lake's reflection appeared to be a perfect inversion of the world around me. The lake looks just like a mirror.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. If I reach out to it, I bet I could pass through to the other side.
Thank you for the daily offering, Peachy.
Yes, give us your soul. But right as I reached out, a hand reached out and grabbed my arm.
Hey, that's not safe. You could fall, damn it. Booze.
Boo! Get out of here, Cinderella.
Damn.
Cinderella seized me by the arm. Boo! Let her cross over into the lake. Cinderella! What are you doing here? His shoulders heaved as he answered. His fiance just ran after a man.
Yep, I was about to go
Why
into the
wouldn't he
lake.
follow?
I followed you, obviously.
Cause he's a good husband. I didn't realize you were in any shape to give chase.
Hello.
Wow.
Yeah, neither did I.
Cinderella collapses on the spot.
Oh dear.
I was referring to the whole deer in the headlights thing. Oh, okay, not his physical attributes.
That makes more sense.
In other words, I had abandoned my loving fiancé to run all the way here.
Yeah, you did, you skank.
Impromptu date night. Let's go. I'm sorry, but I really need to go after Alice. I averted my eyes.
Alice.
Alice.
You sure seem to remember him, don't you?
What? I blinked back at him. Have I met him before?
Of course you have. So you remember who he is, but you don't remember meeting him?
I only remember meeting him in the darkness before I ever came to this world.
What darkness?
The darkness. I can't really explain it, but if you close your eyes, tell me what you see. But now I realize that he and I definitely know each other. I just don't remember that I know him.
Make it make sense, Riku.
Make it make sense. Why couldn't I remember? How could had I forgotten something so important?
In fairness, Reiki, you've forgotten everything.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't really follow you.
You and us both, Cinderella. Right. Of course. An uncomfortable silence hung over us.
I gotta say, you don't really seem like the Reiki I know.
Oh no, he's starting to see through the facade. Huh? When I looked up sharply, he smiled softly back at me.
I guess without your memories, you've gone back to the person you were when we first met. I mean...
He walked up beside me.
Do you remember this lake? It's where we had our first date. Patsuma.
Cinderella really wishing he took up scrapbooking right now.
But at the time, I refused to accept that it was a date at all. A little soon.
In the water's reflection, I could see his self-deprecating smile. Now we need a counter for every time they use the word self-deprecating.
I think it's too late to start that counter.
They used it a lot, though.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't so prevalent in Cinderella's story, but like after that, like it was just like every other story had at least 5 mentions of it.
It's a good word.
It is.
Looking back, I was a real jerk to you a lot of the time. You're just tsundere, it's fine.
Yeah, you're just Sun.
Man, I remember those days. It was only a few months ago, but it feels like years. Come on. Have you really forgotten me?
Who are you?
All your feelings. All the things you said back then. Was it all a lie?
His reflection rippled in the wind, and I jerked my gaze back up to him. Cinderella? Have you truly forgotten Cinderella? I mean, in the context of the story, yes. In the context of us playing this game, absolutely not. But I think this is what the game is saying here is like, hey, are you going to go after Alice or are you going to stay with Cinderella?
Maybe?
I see no as the top answer.
Yeah, it is. Interesting, isn't it?
Interesting. Let's talk about it from the character's point of view. We were in darkness, we chased after Alice, we suddenly wound up in a world where we have a fiance. Technically, we have forgotten Cinderella.
Yeah.
Or it's because we never knew him in the first place.
But what if we get flashbacks of memories of Cinderella after hitting no?
I don't think that's possible. Because it's an arc one of Reiki, right? We kind of just assumed the other clone's position in this story to chase after Alice.
Who knows?
I say yes, but that's also because I want to see this bitch cry.
Wow. What did he ever do to you?
He broke my heart so cute.
So you're gonna break his?
No. But also, if we just lie, then like that's not gonna help us. Because like he is trying so hard to get her memories back, and those memories are just not there.
Unless.
What do you think, chat? Should we break his fucking heart? Or should we give him some sort of false hope?
I can make a poll.
Ooh, yeah, it's a tough decision, isn't it, PG? Because my gut says, with how Reikyu is, we want to say no, but at the same time, it's like, this Reikyu wasn't made for Cinderella, it was made for Alice, you know?
2 minutes on the poll. Vote up top of chat.
Break Cinderella's heart, tell the truth. Oof. Let's see here. This is actually a really hard decision.
Yeah.
Oh, we're starting stream with this too. God damn.
Yep.
Because, like, I don't want to hurt the poor guy. He's been through a lot, but, like...
You sure you don't want to hurt him? You said earlier that you want to see him cry.
I mean, it's probably just the fucking headband, honestly. Every time I see it, I'm like, dude, your design.
That's
I just
fair.
want to punch your face.
Don't punch his face, just take off the headband.
But we could punch his face.
That'd be mean. Punch him anywhere else.
I bet it makes the sound of breaking glass.
Maybe it does. So far, there's only one vote, and it's to break Cinderella's heart.
Yep. And I can tell you for a fact that I did not vote. I kind of decided to abstain from voting because I was like,
I mean, yeah, we already know what you think, so.
yeah. Well, I'm in the middle mostly, but also at the same time, it's like I don't want to influence chat's decision here.
Sure, you don't.
Look, I'll prove it right now. There will be a vote for Tell the Truth. That is me.
Nice.
See?
Well, no, it's a tie. Just kidding. Peachy, were you the one that voted? If yes, I want to know your reasoning. Beyond
yes, tell us why you want to hurt this man. Reveal thyself.
Oh, you overthought and you didn't end up voting. Interesting.
Also, it was spooky.
Well, tell us what you think then, Peachy, with less overthinking.
Like, do we give him false hope for a version of Reikyu that is not there? Or do we just break his heart and get it over with? I think he needs a little kiss on the forehead. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Broken hearts over
false hope every time. Yeah, because it's the truth.
Or is it? Because we remember him. And the
we
question is
know
toward
of
us.
Him. We know of him from the stories that other people have told us about our relationship, and Reikyu's like, wow, he seems like a nice guy, but like she doesn't like know him.
But we, the players, know him.
Yeah, of course, we the player, but like we're playing as one of Reikyu's clones specifically built to court Alice right now.
Well, anyways, we're going with yes, you've truly forgotten Cinderella.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I think it's deceiving that they put no at the top, because that makes you think it's the right answer.
Who knows?
I'm sorry. I don't remember. As I spoke, I lowered my gaze once more.
So, God. Alright. Well, don't worry about it. You never know when the memories might come back. Always an optimist, Cinderella.
Always an optimist, even when his heart is breaking. He spoke reassuringly. Yeah. He was surely in far more pain than I was, and yet my feelings were his first priority. See?
That's what love does to a person.
Even without my memories, I could just tell how much he cared for her.
And there's no rush. Just take your time and...
Jump in the lake! Cinderella?
Hmm?
You're my fiancé, right?
Yeah. And?
If I never get my memories back...
I know, we'll just have to fall back in love again. If you don't get him back, then I guess we'll probably have to call off the engagement. Or you guys can fall back in love again. Damn, Cinderella, sheesh.
Damn. It's not even taking a high road. That's just like, oh well, if you don't remember romantic love, I'm not gonna try again.
Yeah, sheesh, flicks him.
Damn. When I fell silent, he continued in a tone of forced cheer.
But don't get the wrong idea. I still love you. Hell, I'd marry you this second if I could. No.
Right, he knows what true love is now. He's just like, oh yeah, if you're not into it, then don't worry about it.
But you don't love me, right?
Ding 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 ding. Well,
it's alright. I don't expect you to love me without your memories. That was our whole history, you know?
he's such a nice guy.
Yeah. I'm a hopeless romantic. I only want to marry a girl I'm madly in love with. And I want her to feel the same way about me.
Me too, buddy, me too.
There's no law that says we gotta get married. It's not too late to change our minds. And if you'd prefer to move out, that's fine too.
I mean, go for it, Spooky. You're willing to end the relationship? Even though you love me? I gazed at him in mild amazement.
That's what makes you happy. Then yeah.
He's learned what true love is. I wasn't sure what to say, so I fell silent. Then he nervously ran a hand through his hair.
I mean, I make it sound like I'm tough stuff. I do want you to remember. And then if you never do, then I want to put glass slippers on you all over again. I want to be your prince. No.
Aww. Oh, Cinderella. I'm truly lucky to have someone like you in my life. It was my honest opinion. He chuckled.
I know, right? Anyway, it's getting cold. It's almost bedtime too. Let's go home for tonight.
And then Alice Hunt Day 2 begins. With that, he held out his hand. Okay. But the moment I reached out... Whoa! My legs buckled and the whole world flipped upside down.
That's nice.
Well, time to go meet Snow.
Oh. She did. Into the water she went.
Well, time to go visit Snow now.
Alice POV. The month had passed since Arisu left. Since I first met her 2 months ago, we had officially spent just as much time apart as we'd spent together. But the memories of her were still vivid in my mind.
Tiny baby child.
Soon our time apart would surpass our time together. Each passing second whispered at me to forget her, but I knew I never would. Nevertheless, my depression only grew. I couldn't bring myself to talk to him.
Yeah.
Whenever I tried, my chest ached like my heart was in a vice.
Hey, お父さん。
Hey, Dad. I looked up at my father, whose hair and eyes resembled mine. On that day, my family and I had come to the lake to have a picnic. This was not something we often did.
海の向こう側に
If
は
there's other countries on the
他の
other
国があ
side
る
of
ん
the
でしょ？
ocean, then what's on the other side of the
じゃあ
lake?
湖の向こう側って何があるのかな？
Tiny, so true.
ザザーン
And they both make a
ザザーンって
wish sound. So
波打つの
why
は
are
同
they
じ
so
なのに
different?
なん
波は水面が風に煽られてできたさざ波が
Do you want to take over
遠
the
くまで
father
伝
so
播
I
し
don't?
て
Yeah,
大きく
so
な
you're
った
not
もの
just
だ
talking
そ
to
うだ。
yourself?
Yeah.
Supposedly, these waves are created by friction between the surface water and the wind.
まるで海を思わせるが
That said, a
湖
lake
は
is still
湖
not
で
the
あっ
same as
て
an ocean.
海ではない。海のように世界とつな
A
がって
lake will not lead you to
遠い
distant
遠い国には
lands.
行けないんだよ。
そうなんだ
No.
また
Do you
あの
think
子に
I'll
会え
ever
るか
see
な
her again?
Absolutely not.
アリスちゃん
Who? Arisu?
うん
Yeah.
遠い国に行
She
くんだっ
said
て
she
言っ
was
て
going
た
to a faraway country
手紙を書
and
くって
promised
約
I'd
束を
write
し
to
た
her.
彼女のことが好きなのかい？
So, you like her?
What? No,
そんなこと
don't.
好きだなって
好きなのね
You like her?
Being teased by his parents.
Hell yeah.
照れなくてもいいじゃない
There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
お母さんもアリスちゃんのこと
Personally,
大好きだ
I
な
like her very much.
Never would have guessed.
I
お
wonder
母さ
why.
んも
You do?
だってとっ
Can
て
you
も素
blame
敵な
me?
女の子じゃない
She's just so adorable.
Yeah.
初めて見た
The
瞬
moment
間
I saw her, I thought
お
she
姫
was a
様がいるって
princess.
思ったんだ
No.
Aw. Baby. Oh, 1 second.
I feel like it could be either or, to be honest.
Yeah. Audio cut out for me again.
Rip.
There we go. I'll do it.
Okay.
2 months had passed since Arisu left town. But I still... Okay, it's Alice.
Yeah, but I still remembered her. Yeah, okay.
あお父さんが帰ってきたみたい
Oh, it looks like your father's home. Are we gonna see the birth of Cinderella?
ただいま。
Maybe.
I'm back.
おかえりなさいあなた
Welcome home, dear.
ただいま、愛しい人。
Thank you, darling.
おかえりなさい
Welcome home, Dad.
ただいま。いい子にし
Thanks.
てたかい？
Were you a good boy today?
Yeah.
そうか。
Good,
So,
good.
いいも
Then
の
you've
をあげよう
earned a little reward.
I'm not a fan of the phrasing.
これは
What's that?
ヴェネツィアングラスのマエストロが
These are rare, one-of-a-kind
世界に一つ
pieces
しかない
handcrafted by a
とても貴
Venetian
重な
glass
品だ。
maestro.
まあそんな貴重なものを
Dear, that sounds expensive.
すごく
They're
綺
so
麗だ
pretty. I was drawn to them instantly.
まるで
They
あ
remind
の子
me
の
of her
瞳みたい
eyes.
だ
No.
この鳥は赤霊といって
This type of bird is called a wagtail, and wagtails are monogamous birds.
つがい
Monogamous?
雌雄がいつも一緒
In
の
other
鳥
words, the male and female stay
夫婦
together
ということ
like
さ。
husband and wife.
この国の昔の名前で
Here in
は
our
確
country,
か
legend has that these very birds once helped the 2 gods of creation
神様
learn
が
what it
この鳥の
means to be a
動作を
married
見て
couple,
夫
which is
婦の
why
道
we
を知った
sometimes
という
refer to
神話
them
に
as
由来
mate
しているそう
birds.
だ。
Are you a mate?
Bird lore.
この鳥はいつも一緒なんだ。だから
These birds are
片方
bonded
だ
for
けでは
life,
なく、
and so you must
両方大事
cherish
にしてあ
not
げ
just
なさ
one,
い。
but both of them.
Okay. I'll take good care of them.
そして
Smash.
お前の前に大事な人が現れた
And when you find that special
そ
someone,
のつがいの
I
鳥
want
を
you to
片
give
方
them one of
渡
these
しな
wag
さい
tails.
そうすればもう
That
二人は
way,
離れ離れ
the
にな
two
る
of you
こと
will
はない
always be together.
As he spoke, he patted me on the head.
もう
Head
二
pass.
人は
We'll
離
always
れ
be
離れにならない。
together.
あの子に渡せるといいな
Perhaps you'll give it to that young lady.
He gently claps the glass figurines in my palms.
Smashes it by, by gripping too hard. Now, what do you say, Alice?
ありがとう。
Thanks,
お
Dad.
父さん、
I'll be really careful
大
with
事にす
them.
る。
And after that, more time passed.
I would sure hope so.
Nearly a year had elapsed since I first met Arisu. It was around then that my mother started sighing constantly. My father was never home. Perhaps he was busy with work. But I could feel everything around us slowly changing.
ねえ、
Hey,
お母さん。
Mom.
何？
What is it?
最近
How come
お父さん
Dad
帰っ
doesn't
て
come
こない
home
けど。
anymore?
それは
Well, we're not gonna talk about that anymore.
お父さんはお仕事で忙
He's
しいのよ。
busy with work, sweetheart.
そうなんだ。
No.
あ、そうそう
Ah, that reminds me.
どうしたの？
What?
来てるわよ。
We
アリ
got
ス
a
ちゃんから
letter
のお手紙。
from your sweet Arisu.
Beaming, she held out a white envelope. Gasp.
どうぞ。
Here you are.
ありがとう。
Thanks, Mom.
Yes, distract Alice as soon as he brings up a very tough question.
I snatched the letter and ran off.
どこ行くの？
Where are you going?
部屋で読
to
む。
read in my room.
Hell yeah. Secret letters.
My heart thumped in my chest as I opened it. There, I found a letter written in both Japanese and English.
Oh no, she's a weeb.
すごい。
Whoa, she's
英語で
learning
書いてあ
another
る。
language.
Hell yeah.
The more letters we exchanged, the more I could tell that she was getting used to her new life there. Still, this was impressive progress in under a year.
アリスくん、
Dear
お元気で
Alice,
すか？
how are you?
私は元気です。
Things have calmed down now, so I have more time to write you letters. I've learned a lot about my new country too. Check out these bilingual skills.
Meanwhile, the other side of the page. Fuck. Shit.
Yes, you made it to one of these streams. And there is a chicken nugget in the cage. I'm not sure if you can have him though. There are 3 cages to get through.
Well, you can have the chicky nugget for the price of 10 chicky nuggies. Oh, and now an ad started. Damn.
The perfect timing, I guess.
I'm a premium chicken nugget. I'm worth 10 chicken nuggets.
I was really scared at first, but I found my courage, and it's all thanks to you.
Sorry if you're talking to me.
No, really, I'm not exaggerating. Your letters have meant the world to me. Life hasn't been easy for me over here, but whenever I'm sad, your letters convince me to keep trying. No. Remember that
Aw,
time
that's cute.
Remember that time you said don't cry, Arisu? I'll never forget it as long as I live. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for you. Thank you so, so much. That's really cute. Well, in order to eat the chicken nugget, you do unfortunately have to pay the price of 10 chicken nuggets. That is what Relix has declared.
Yes, that is the price for this premium chicken nugget. It is 10 chicken nuggets with some sort of sauce. and then we may share the sauce.
Yeah, there are 3 cages to break through as well.
Good luck. I've been trying to get out of these cages for a while now. Now I'm on the inside, which should be significantly easier. You bought 30 chicken nuggets in total? What the fuck?
That's a lot of nuggies.
Did you buy them like at the grocery store in the big bag, or is it like you went to McDonald's like 3 separate times?
I feel like it'd just be cheaper to buy a big bag from like Costco.
Oh yeah, just get the big bag.
Yeah.
A knife and fork have space there? Well then, I'm in danger.
It's okay. It's okay. You have a glass of water, that'll protect you, sure. Yeah, guess what? I'm learning how to cook.
You are?
I keep thinking about all that yummy food your mom made for us. I want to learn to cook like that. Gosh, I wish I was eating her apple pie right now. I'm still nowhere near as good as her, but I hope someday I can cook something for you. Until then, I'll practice lots and lots. Yeah, so what they're short on and you bought the nuggies because they're short on them, okay.
I mean, not a bad system. It means that they get to cook more, but
すごいな。
She's really doing
海
great
外
out
か。
there.
アリスは頭がいい
She's so
し、
smart and
可愛い
cute.
から
I'm sure
きっと
everybody
向
there
こうでも
likes
うまく
her.
やれるよ。
oh boy.
Not to write back.
何を書いたらいいんだろ
What
う。
do I say? The ultimate question.
Obviously you're getting money and bitches. Chicks love that.
Her letter was full of positivity and optimism, but at some point, my life ran out of those things. At this rate, she's going to leave me behind.
Is he gonna lie?
What good am I? I looked in the mirror.
君なら
What would
どう
you
返
say
事をす
to
る？
her? You just want to annoy your friend who works there as revenge. That's how it goes.
Understandable. How fun. we support this endeavor.
He didn't answer.
あの子が王子様だって言ったの
Which one
は
of us does she see as her
どっちの
prince
僕なんだろう？
anyway? Alice or Alistair?
The eternal question.
Not again. The familiar ache spread through my chest.
そうだ。
That's it.
That's it. I'll make a new persona and have them write the letter.
I headed to the lift.
Oh,
Oh, did he want to send her one of the wagtails?
yeah. I think he's gonna try to send her one of the wagtails, and this is where it gets broken.
Yeah, aww. I headed to the living room, grabbed a chair, and used it to reach the glass wagtails on the shelf. I was planning to wait until she came back to give her one, but I could just send it to her through the mail. And as long
Make
as
sure you slap as many fragile stickers as you can on that thing, and still expect it to get roughed up.
yeah, surrounded in all the bubble wrap possible.
Especially since it's going overseas, like.
Yeah. And as long as she had it, we'd always be together. My fingers couldn't
Look at
quite
little-
reach.
Look at little determined Alice.
He's so cute. This little guy.
あともう
Just
少
a
し。
little farther. Stretching up on my tiptoes, I tried again. My fingers barely grazed the glass. The.
Blah blah blah.
As I nearly lost my balance atop the chair, one of the wagtails fell to the floor.
Oh no.
I caught myself on the shelf, so I was fine, but the glass figurine had shattered into tiny pieces all over the carpet.
Careful, it's broken
Oh,
glass.
What do I do?
怒られる。
Like, kinda yell at me. A dozen ideas rose to mind all at once. It was so expensive. Dad bought it just for me. If he found out I broke it, he'd be devastated. He might never buy me another gift ever again. It should have been so easy for me to carefully get the bird down from the shelf. If I couldn't even accomplish that, then what good was I? Not only that, but the wagtails were monogamous birds. I was supposed to give Arisu one of them so we'd be together forever. But now
Aw.
that bird was destroyed.
But you still have the other one.
My heart ached so much I could scarcely breathe. I could see someone's reflection in the shards of glass. No, it's not my fault. It was someone else.
あら、
Oh?
ここにあったガラス細工は
What
どうしたの？
happened to the glass figurine that was there?
Uh,
知らな
I
い。
don't know. In the heat of the moment, I lied. But only part of it was a lie. I didn't know what had happened to the glass fragments. In a blink, the mess was all cleaned up. Let's go. You love amnesia from switching.
Yeah, let's go.
At first I was relieved, thinking maybe I dreamed the whole thing. I thought to myself, thank goodness I didn't really break that wagtail. How shitty was their carpet that the figurine just broke? I mean, it's still glass.
I mean, it doesn't matter if there's any sort of padding underneath it. If it falls from a high, like gravity alone, the sudden stop could break it. Like, it doesn't matter how soft the object is that it falls on.
Like, it was on a shelf high enough for him to be able to hang off of it, so...
And also he needed a chair to get up to it. So we're talking about maybe about almost 2 Alices high, probably.
Yeah.
1.5 to 2 Alices high.
Glass physics is weird.
I know him little, but he's at least like 4 foot, so...
I mean, you're not wrong.
Well, he's only like, what, like 5'11" or like 5'1" when he's an adult, so like he doesn't get that tall. How big?
5'3".
I was close. Yeah, so like
I think you need to stop being so tall so that way you can actually have a better reference for other people's heights.
no. Everybody just needs to stop being so short, and we need to make the doors higher.
Just shrink, tall man. You disgust me.
2 Alices high is the only measurements I will use now.
Oh boy. But when I looked up at the shelf, I saw that one of the birds was gone. Why? How? Wasn't that all a dream? The cat is mowing.
Meow 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 meow.
Basically. I struggled to remember, but couldn't. Then I looked down at my hands and realized they were covered in cuts.
お願い、正直に答えて。
Alistair, please just be honest with me.
嘘をつく子はお母さん。
I don't like
Hirayo.
little liars.
What about little amnesiacs? The word stabbed into my heart. Yes, I was lying, but I was also telling the truth. I just didn't know how to explain it.
ごめんなさ
I'm
い。
sorry. I
俺
broke
が割っ
it.
たんだ。
After that day, I started to notice little gaps in my memory. More time passed.
さあ、今日からここが
Here
私
we
たち
are.
の家よ。
Starting today, this is our new home.
I wouldn't call any place with a big ass birdcage a home, but
I was gonna say this is my home, but but also, why are you in the middle of the woods in a shack and you have a giant ass bird cage in the middle of the room?
right?
No, that's not till the next game, Peachy.
Yeah. Unless you misbehave. Further.
When do I ever misbehave?
When do you not misbehave?
Give me a minute.
After we were kicked out of our old house, we moved into this little cottage that for whatever reason has a birdcage in it. I never asked why, but I had an idea based on the way everyone treated us. But why is the dog barking? Stop.
Bark.
小さな家だけど、私とあなただけだし、住むにはなんてことないわ
I
ね。
know it's a little cramped, but it's only the two of us now. We'll make it work.
Who's getting the cage?
お父さんは
What about Dad?
He's in the
お
cage.
父さんは多
Your
分
father
もう戻ってこないと思う。
probably isn't coming back.
けど大丈夫。
But that's okay. Your mama's here for you.
お母さん
Mom. She hugged me gently. I forgot I was narrator for a split second.
アリス、
I was gonna say we got blue borders, boy.
Listen.
Alice,
何も心配しなくていいのよ。
you have nothing to worry
あな
about.
たは
I'll
私が
protect
守
you.
るから。
She's gonna put him in the cage, isn't she?
Yeah. I mean, what?
I could tell my mother was in pain, but she was doing everything she could for me.
うん
Okay.
奥さんいるんでしょ
Hey, lady, open up. I know you're in there. Oh, hey, the door's unlocked. That's nice.
何の用ですか？
Shh, throw him in the cage.
What do you want?
いやねすいませんね
Sorry about this,
奥さん
ma'am.
がここに
I
引
got
っ越し
word
た
that
って
you
聞い
moved
て
out here,
いて
so
も
I
立っても
rushed
いら
right
れず来
over.
ちゃいました
And I see you grew a third arm.
旦那さんがうちに借りたお
We're
金
really gonna need
利子
your
つけて返
husband's
して
loan
もらわない
repaid
と
with
いつも
interest.
困るんですよ
Oh no.
そっちの子はお子
Is
さ
that
ん
your little son? He's a real
かわいい
cutie.
子ですね
アリ
Shut
ス
the、fuck up.
お母さんはこの人とお話があるから。
Alice,
あなたはあっ
I
ちに行
need
って
to
なさい。
speak with this nice man. So please, go to your room.
Okay, into the birdcage.
I mean,
Okay. All I ever did was hide in my mother's shadow. I knew I needed to do better, but my legs were shaking. Some prince I turned out to be.
he just sits in the cage and stares, and I'm like, ugh. I think maybe 1 second.
I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath. Heart racing. I flailed my limbs, but I couldn't grab hold of anything.
Okay, we're back to Arasu.
Yeah, the
Or
border's
Al.
there.
Yeah, Arasu. Bleh.
Everything's getting dark. Am I gonna sink to the bottom? Help me!
I awoke with a scream.
Ah! Huh? I can breathe again.
As I opened my blurry eyes, I realized that not only was I on dry land, I was no longer at the lake at all.
Who fished her out?
Is this my house? What am I doing here? Where's Cinderella?
狼ですか
Riku! Is it the wolf again?
Oh, hi, Red.
I like that his...
Puppy.
Yeah, puppy.
Ah!
Wait, are they still doing the wolf thing?
Yeah, apparently.
Out of nowhere, the door flew open, nearly stopping my heart in my chest. But the intruder ignored me and marched straight to the window, which he promptly flung open.
He's gonna start barking.
Puppy, one.
どこにいる
Where are you, wolf? Is this where you're hiding? He pretty much is just breaking out the window.
He is just barking up the...
いない
He's gone. He must have
すでに逃げた
escaped.
後か
Why are we keeping up the charade?
Who knows, man? Maybe they're into it, you know?
maybe yeah, maybe it's just like, haha, remember when we used to do this? And it's like, the fuck? As I debated whether to say something to the strange man, he suddenly looked over at me, his expression hard.
It's so weird that his hood is down.
I mean, he already knows. So,
I mean, yeah, but
cares?
still. Riku, are you unharmed? Any injuries?
this is post-story Red. This is Red in a healthier spot, you know?
Still weird. Not used to it.
Still weird. I mean, he is puppy, so.
Bubby.
I had so many questions. Who was this guy? How do you know me? What was I doing here? But most importantly,
What's the matter?
can I pet that dog? Your ears. I stared at his head.
Yes. What about them?
As he spoke, they twitched slightly. Kawaii! Can I touch them? Unable to hold myself back, I lunged at him. Can I pet that dog?
What? Wait a minute! Whoa! Stop! Stop that! Okay, I'm not doing that. He's just gonna perish, isn't he?
This streaky really is just peachy. Your ears are so soft. He blushed and trembled as I continued to pet him relentlessly. Never surrender. Just then I noticed his hip scarf twitching. Does he have a tail too? Oh, is that your tail?
I was not expecting us to get a bunch of red noises this stream, but I'm down for it.
Wait, Red has a tail?
Apparently.
Oh, that is a sentence.
Yep, have fun reading it.
When I grabbed the wiggling lump, he flinched hard. Oh no. Okay, it is a tail. False alarm.
you didn't miss much, Katsu. Don't worry about it.
Yep, that was a tail already. Woo, we dodged a bullet with that one. Oh, it's so soft. I stroked his ears with one hand and his tail with the other.
He's just gonna die on the spot.
But now we know Red has a tail.
True.
His tail just as soft as the rest of it. Oh, don't phrase it like that. Goddamn.
Stop, please.
Just remember, this is somebody that she just met.
Yeah.
Your mouth says no, but your tail says consent.
Consent,
bitch.
Reiki, please.
Stop being problematic. With an evil grin, I started stroking. Oh no.
No, I can't take it.
Aww, Red laughing noises. Oh my god, he's ticklish. It's so cute. I feel better now.
Red is just dead.
Red is just dead. After I had my fill of fuzzy fur, the gloom in my chest had faded considerably. I looked over at the wolfman, eyes sparkling. I was like, he better be hiding in a corner. He appeared to be behind the safety of a door. Aw, you don't have to be scared. I'm sorry, okay? I went too far.
Consent is important, Reiki.
Yeah, consent is important, bitch.
I want to talk to you. So could you please come a little closer?
I beckon to him, but alas. Bark, 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 bark.
嫌です
I refuse.
近くに
If
寄
I
った
do,
ら
you'll just
ま
pet
た
me
潜られま
again.
すから
You scared the puppy. That's true. He turned away, scowling.
It's okay. I promise I won't do anything to you.
そう言って
You said that
あ
many
なたが何
times,
もしなかっ
but
た
at
こ
no
とが
point
あり
have
ま
you
せん
actually meant it.
What's funny enough is that even in Red's story, that is true.
Yeah.
What kind of person do you think I am?
A terrible one. Apparently, Saw Reiki Arso is a lying witch. Not far from the truth. Boy, if I had a dog boy to pet, would that fix my depression? Maybe a cat boy.
Seriously, I swear I won't do anything.
Do I mean nothing to you, Peachy?
本当に本当ですか
You swear?
Look, you can't play fetch with a bunny.
You can try.
You can try. I'm gonna throw that stick, and that bunny's just gonna go. I'm just gonna keep eating this grass.
Yeah, but am I good enough to fix your depression?
I swear. You can even tie me up if you want.
Hello?
Hello, what?
I would fetch. You just have to ask first.
You have to ask to fetch.
Peachy, if we had set out a goal to go outside and play fetch, I would 100% play fetch with you. You do not understand.
What? No impromptu fetch session?
It needs to be established first. Anyways.
I read this, by the
Yeah,
way.
I know.
As a show of sincerity, I offered him both hands. Ooh, and then he handcuffs him.
No, he's just gonna get a nosebleed.
Almost like a criminal waiting for my handcuffs. However, jail for you.
縛る
Tie you up?
そんな破裂
I
な
can't
ことで
possibly
きる
do
わけない
something
だ
so
ろ
kinky.
He shouted at me, blushing beet red.
Kinky.
I repeated the word back it to him, and he snapped to his senses.
すみま
I
せん
apologize for
つ
losing
い
my
取り乱しまし
composure.
た
Okay.
Red is so funny.
Red is great. I wish we had more red in the main story. What's this guy's issue? A lot.
それで
No then.
お話と
What did you wish to talk about?
助け
I
てと
heard you
叫ばれてい
scream,
ましたが
"Help me!"
あなた
Were
を
you
狙
attacked
う
by the
狼が
wolf?
現れたんですか
No, nothing like that.
I looked at his ears. Target spotted. I kept twitching and perking up, but it was very distracting to say the least. And it was very distracting to say the least. He leapt away from me. Smart man. Then he pulled his hood over his head for good measure. Good. Uh-oh, he really doesn't trust me now.
Oh shit, Sherlock.
Anyway, what's a high quality? What a high quality costume you're wearing.
It's not a costume. I tried to change the subject, but
コスプレ
Costume?
コス
Co-
コスプレ
Costume.
コスチューム
Bedroom
プレイ
role play.
Ew.
Red, calm down.
He doesn't know what calm means.
It's the opposite of whatever he is right now.
Yeah.
Clearly his imagination was on par with that of a 12-year-old boy. We were getting nowhere fast. Yep.
Are you okay, buddy? Your nose is bleeding.
It was quite surreal to see a stream of blood dripping down his otherwise handsome face.
Handsome.
大丈夫です
Right.
Want a tissue?
Tissue.
Ugh.
What's lewd about tissue?
Do you want to know?
No,
Okay, because I can explain it after stream.
that's okay. Let's not.
Look, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm
大丈夫
fine.
です
You sure don't look fine.
Thinking quickly, I contemplated a potential solution. Even without my memories, I still had all my practical knowledge. Surely I could find a way to stop his nosebleed.
As I recall, to stop a nosebleed, you should loosen your clothes, relax, and either sit down or lean against something. Well then.
Or you could just pinch your nose for like 30 seconds.
I spread my arms wide. Hug.
Get those clothes off and get over here. Come on.
You're not helping.
Ah!
Phrasing. As he panicked, I sat him down on the bed. 20 or 30 minutes went by. Mysterious wolf guy. I see that name now.
Feeling better now?
落ち着きました
Yes, ma'am.
He seemed to have regained his composure. He really does make it too easy, though.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Satisfied, I gave him a smile and a nod. Oh no, the nosebleed started again. If I let him keep bleeding endlessly, he would have passed out on the carpet, which was now red.
By the way,
I prepared to address the elephant in the room.
There's an elephant
who
in the
are
room.
you?
You let an elephant into the room.
Right?
I hadn't been sitting here twiddling my thumbs the whole time, you know. After a solid effort to parse the situation on my own, it was time to ask the big question. Bum bum bum.
Are you the father? Who exactly are you?
Oh boy, here we go.
Huh?
What?
Huh? Oh, I know. Since you're here in my house, are you my older brother?
Unable to take the silence any longer, I decided to hazard a guess.
は
What?
Huh?
Oh right, she didn't meet Ryoshi, I don't think.
Not
In
yet.
Cinderella's
No.
area, yeah. However, the third time was not the charm, and silence fell once more. As my mind spun, contemplating what to do, I heard him let out a long breath.
わかりまし
Now
た
I understand.
体調を崩さ
You're
れて
not
いるんで
feeling
すね
well, are you?
認
Your
識能
mental
力が
faculties are
著しく
noticeably
低下しているようですから
Let's
す
get
ぐ
you
に
to
寝て
bed.
ください
He's a doctor! He rose from the bed and gestured to it, offering his place to me.
What? No! Really, that's not it.
では
Then
どう
what's
いうこ
going
とな
on
んですか
here?
He squinted at me dubiously, so I decided to give him a very brief rundown of the situation.
I have amnesia.
That is a very brief rundown of the situation.
は
What?
Are we just gonna keep going in circles or what? First Cinderella and now this. Look, I don't blame you for being confused. I know this must be hard to believe, but I've lost my memories. I don't know who I am or how I got here.
ですが
But you know
自
your
分
own
の名
name.
前
I learned it from a man named Cinderella before I got here.
シンデレラさん
Cinderella.
Yes, we were at the lake just a few minutes ago, but now he's gone. I'm pretty sure I fell into the water, so I honestly have no idea how I got here. Do you know him? Hello? Are you even listening? I waved my hand in front of his face. No reaction. Red is processing. Why'd you go all stiff? Phrasing. God damn it, Red! His nosebleed flared up again. I think I'm gonna have to start watching what I say around this guy.
Yep.
Yeah, no shit. Anyway, I know it's not easy to believe, but I'm honestly telling the truth. You know me, right? Who are you?
それは
Well,
He gazed at me, his face flushed.
Well,
私はあな
I'm
たと
the,
その
the,
Husband.
the man with whom you are currently going steady. And my name is Red Riding Hood.
Oh, baby.
wow, I really am a thirsty nympho slut.
Nympho.
Gosh, this can't be right. I thought I was engaged to Cinderella, but now you're telling me I have a boyfriend on the side?
Hell yeah. If this was true, then Reiki Armstead was quite possibly a heartless skank. Let's go.
Come to think of it, Alice did call me Miss Town Bicycle or whatever. I thought he was trying to rile me up, but maybe he was actually right.
As I murmured to myself, I slowly shook my head. Meanwhile, Red is just on the floor being drained of blood.
Yep.
I refused to believe the old me would have deceived an honest man like Cinderella, or an innocent soul like Red Riding Hood.
And yet, as things stood, I couldn't deny it. Without my memories, I couldn't be sure. Hey! Red! Are you alive? I need to confirm something real quick, so could I ask you to come with me? Wait, what the?
Yeah, he's dead.
That was a sound.
When I looked over, I found him passed out on the carpet. Sucker.
Rest in peace, Red.
Looks like this is the same world after all.
I sighed to myself. The lake, the forest, the main streets, the side roads, none of it appeared to have changed.
どういうことで
What's
すか
going on?
Well, you're the cop, figure it out.
I don't really know. Maybe this world only looks the same, but it's actually different?
Even I could tell I sounded insane, but everything felt so fuzzy. I almost wondered if it was all a dream. Oh, we'll get there.
I see.
Earlier, he'd looked at me like I was grown a second head, but now I seemed lost in thought. Maybe he was starting to believe me. For a while, we walked along in silence until,
Oh.
out of nowhere, Red stopped short. Likewise, I followed suit, glanced at his face and profile.
あの
Say,
Hmm?
花
those
が綺麗
flowers
です
sure
ね
are beautiful, aren't they?
As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. I followed his finger and spotted a flower shop. Let's see. Agree with him or ask if he likes flowers? I say we ask him. What do you think?
I don't know yet. Buffering. Processing.
Buffering. Processing.
Loading thoughts.
Bun. Thoughts loaded. Bun. Banui. Triple bun.
I'm really not sure which option is better though.
Yeah, they're both okay. I think agreeing with him would be like lead him on that we might have our memories. But if we ask if he likes flowers, that's like, oh, she definitely doesn't have her memories, you know?
Maybe.
Because like otherwise she would know how important flowers are to Red.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think we're still trying to convince him that we have amnesia.
I guess.
Oh, you're right. So you like flowers?
When I smiled at him, for some reason he looked wounded.
Yeah.
え
Yes.
え私のような
But I
人間が
suppose someone like me
Hanada
has
to
no
nii
business
aimasen.
liking flowers.
He looked so sad, I couldn't stop myself.
Oh, that's not true. You look like you'd be right at home in a whole field of wild flowers.
Yeah.
Dancing and singing in the wind. I blurted hastily.
それだと
You make it sound
私
as
の
though
頭
I
が
have
お
a
花
head
畑
full
だ
of
というように聞
daisies.
こえますが
Do you not?
Puppy.
Puppy.
Hey, now you're just twisting my words.
Eventually we arrived at Cinderella's, or rather, my cafe.
Oh, here we are. This is the place.
I ran right over to it, but found the door was locked. Inside was empty.
Oh, the sign says closed.
ここは
I know this place.
What?
I looked at him. He stared blankly at the building.
いえ
I came here the
あなたが
night
さら
you
われ
were
た時に
kidnapped.
ここを訪ねたことがあったのと
Kidnapped? Wow, that sounds intense.
I spoke as though if it had happened to someone else. Since I had no memory, there was nothing about Reiki Arsu that truly made her feel like me. That being said, I was starting to get really confused about the life she had been living.
Well, what now? I wonder if anyone's home.
I wanted to peek inside, but the curtains were all closed.
Excuse me? Is anybody home? Cinderella? Gretel? Snow White?
I tried calling for them, but got no response.
シンデレラさ
I
ん
don't
は
believe Cinderella's here.
ここにはいないと思います
What? Wait, so you do know him?
At my question, he blinked back at me like it was a surprise to him too.
はい
Yes,
Ichigo.
though not well.
グレーテルと
I have
白
also
雪
met Gretel and
さんのことも
Snow
知っていま
White.
す
Oh wow, so you guys are friends or what?
It's complicated.
It's
友人で
complicated.
はありません
We're not friends.
彼らとは
We're
彼らとは
we're headmates.
But before I could finish the sentence,
狼が出たぞ
oh, here we go.
Here comes the wolf! What?
Out of nowhere, a voice called out from behind him.
しまった
Enemy
敵が
attack. We've been had.
呼ばれて飛び出てじゃじゃーん
You asked for him. Now here he is. Ta-da! It's your boy Wolf. Gonna gobble up all the girls. Woo! Before us appeared a guy wearing what looked like a wolf onesie. The second he laid eyes on me, he flung his arms around me. This goofy furry just coming out of nowhere. Whoa! It was so sudden, I was utterly at a loss. I tried to play it off with a vaguely friendly smile, but he blinked at me in confusion.
あれアリスちゃんが乗ってこない
What's wrong, Alice?
いつもなら
Usually you play along with the joke like,
とかなんとか言ってくれ
"Ee,
るのに
someone save me!" or something.
Wolf, get away from Riku.
She's an imposter! Then Red peeled him off of me.
It's just the way their sprites moved.
Yeah, I saw-
ちいいじゃんちょっと抱きつくくらい
Come on,
あんちゃん
Blondie.
だっていつもアリ
Can't
スち
you
ゃん
let
に
me
抱き
have
ついてる
one
んだろ
measly hug? You're always hanging all over her. Peeled. The guy Red referred to as Wolf began to pout and complain.
I would never be lecherous, you horny wolf. My relationship with her is mature and
お付き合いってお付き合
Mature
い
as in R-rated?
you dirty wolf. Don't make those jokes in front of her. I'll have you arrested for disturbing the peace.
俺はただ
Hey,
お
all I
付き合
said
い
was
って言っただけ
R-rated,
なんだよ
man. You're the one with your mind in the gutter, you pervy wolf.
エロオカミ
Edo Gummy.
What?
It felt like I was watching two 12-year-old boys. Yep.
Yeah.
As I stared at them dismally, I heard a small sigh from behind me.
You kids are always so very loud and so very stupid. The hell are you doing in front of my house?
Huntsman literally just going, "You damn kids, get off my lawn."
Yeah, basically. Get off my lawn,
There he
you
is.
kids.
Target acquired.
Huntsman, sir.
Now here's a character I'd yet to encounter.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be awkward.
Yep.
And there you have it. Why do you live in a cafe, Ryoshi? The man known as Mr. Huntsman unlocked the door and let us inside, where I explained the situation in full to them.
Amnesia, you say?
After I was finished, he murmured pensively. Incidentally, his real name was Ryoshi, who's apparently my brother.
記憶喪失ってどっか
Amnesia
頭
as
に
in
打ったんすか
like you head or something? No, I don't think anything like that happens. I felt around on my scalp just in case, but couldn't feel any injuries. Then Ryushi pinned me with his gaze.
For the most part, amnesia isn't caused by blunt force trauma like you see on TV.
Oh.
If it happens, it only lasts for a very short period of time. In reality, the majority of amnesia cases are psychological in origin.
Thank you, doctor.
When severe pain is inflicted on a person, their instinctive reaction is to escape. I want to get out of here. I never want to think about this again. I want to bury it all. Amnesia is caused by the conscious mind escaping from that sort of psychological stress. In other words, it's a defense mechanism. They forget in order to protect their bodies and minds so they won't break.
なるほどつまり
I get it.
あっちゃんとの
So
生
she was
活
so
に
sick
不
of
満が
living
募っ
with
て
Blondie that she was so
ついに記憶喪
desperate to
失に
escape.
Damn.
Damn Wolf. Wolf was clearly joking, but Red took it seriously. The blood drained from his face. Oh no.
そうだったんですか。
You were. I'm so sorry. I must have failed to
私
satisfy
があ
your
なたを満
needs.
足させられなかったばっかりに。
Great, we got the Three Stooges here.
Yeah.
No. That's not true. I'm very satisfied. Or at least I was.
How would you know, Reikyu? You don't remember Jack and shit.
She's just trying to be nice.
Yeah. Are you sure of
Let-
that?
Let's be real here. She's just trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Very sure. I mean, you're such a fascinating person, Red. Plus you're handsome and adorable and fluffy and adorable.
Puppy.
Fluffy and adorable.
Yes.
Sensing my ill intentions, he pulled his hood low over his eyes.
こうしてると本当に記憶喪失ってくらい変わりないっすけ
Hard
ど
to believe
ね
you really got amnesia when you seem like the same exact person. Do I?
まあな。
Pretty much.
Just then, Red spoke up sharply.
そんなの
Of
当たり
course
前
she
でしょ。
does.
記憶がなくて
Ricky will always be Ricky,
彼女は
with
彼
or
女なんです
without
か
her memories.
ただ本当に記憶がないんだった
If
ら
you truly lost all your
何か原
memories,
因があ
then I
る
have to wonder what could have caused it.
An awkward silence fell between us.
そういえば
Now that I think
あなた
about
は
it,
お
Do
兄
you
さんの
remember
存
your
在は
brother?
覚えているんですか。
Who?
Red changed the subject.
No, but I heard from Cinderella that I had one. Still, it's strange. Just yesterday I was here with Cinderella, Gretel, and Snow White, and now it's you three.
We changed out one band of idiots for another band of idiots.
let's go.
Let's go! According to Ryoshi, this cafe was one of several Armstrong family-owned properties, but I've never attempted to run said cafe.
How could that be possible? What about the time I spent with Cinderella and his brothers? So, do you guys know them?
あ
Yeah,
あ、そう
I do.
Of course Huntsman knows them.
Me too! I see. What about me? Did I know them before I lost my memories?
At this, they all exchanged a wordless glance. Apparently, they didn't know the answer to my question.
I just don't get it. How could I have forgotten all these important things?
I mumbled down at the floor. Then, after a long silence, I remembered something and looked up.
Puppy! That reminds me. What about Alice?
アリス
Alice.
Do you know him? He's blonde with blue eyes, a foul mouth, a big head, a bad attitude, and not a single shred of modesty or tact.
随分な様子
Dang, you hella roasted him.
This is how he is.
That is just
そ
how
いつ
he
なら
is.
心当たりがあるぞ。
I know someone who fits that description.
You do?
Ryoshi led me upstairs to the room at the end of the hall.
To think he was in the exact same spot as last time.
That's what I was thinking.
He's really bad at hide and seek. Why didn't I think of that?
I mean, he almost got away with it, so maybe he's not bad at hide and seek.
I mean, he ran away
Yeah.
to another world.
Yep.
It felt like I'd been wasting my time, and in fact, I was. Maybe my head was just there for decoration after all. Well, she said it, not me.
Yep. I mean,
Alice, please come on out. I need to talk to you.
I shouted as I knocked.
Alice? Alice!
出てきません
And
ね
that does not appear to be working.
There's only one way to get him out, and Reikyu knows the secret techniques. I pressed my ear to the door and listened for any signs of life. I didn't hear anything, but I could sense someone on the other side.
Time to rip the door off its hinges again.
Hehe, again. Spinning on my heel, I looked at Ryoshi, the owner of the building. Ryoshi, would it be alright if I took the door off its hinges? Be my guest.
後で修
As
理
long
し
as
ろ
you put
よ
it back afterwards.
Isn't that the same response Cinderella gave her?
Last time it just kind of fell off. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As long as back afterwards.
Excellent. Okay then.
I took a step backward, dropped into a fighting stance, and prepared for battle.
Oh boy.
Hurrah!
But before I could toss out a high kick, the door opened and I hit Alice right in the face.
Stop!
Oh, there he is.
Alice popped up with a horrified look on his face.
You can't dismantle my door just because I refuse to answer it. What was that feral scream just now? Were you going to destroy it completely, weren't you? Don't you have any feminine sensibilities whatsoever? If you're a girl, then by God you should act like one.
Oh, don't worry. Violence is very feminine.
So true,
You hear that,
Buster.
girls? Let's commit violence in the name of feminism.
I threw out a practice punch.
Hmm.
I love that the practice is in quotation.
Yeah.
Or like in brackets.
Yep. Violence is for manly men. You sure you weren't born in the wrong body? Are you saying trans
Funny that
rights,
you mentioned
Alice?
Sorry, but I'm an alpha wolf who always catches her prey. Case in point, you.
I bounced over and threw my arms around him. Let's fucking go. Still not as good as the first scream, but
Yeah.
like, damn.
You're not getting away from me this time. I've got you surrounded.
I grinned evilly.
You look so mortified.
I know, it's great. This is just torture the cinnamon roll like the entire chapter, and I love it. Red Riding Hood and Wolf stood blocking the stairs. And I strongly doubted Alice could get past them. Yeah.
You little weasel.
Now then, answer my questions like you promised. Why do you keep running from me? Where are we? Who are you?
No.
Yes?
He fell silent for a moment, then he rolled around and pointed at the window.
Look, there's a bikini girl with e-cups bouncing around out there.
Wow. I gilded it as child's trick. It wasn't for you.
Yeah.
That's not gonna work, Alice. If you're trying to distract me, then why would you?
I mean, women, first of all, Reikyu.
Where? You said E-cup. What size is that? Big enough to bounce?
Definitely big enough to bounce.
Definitely big enough to bounce, goddamn.
A, B, C, D,
D.
Red is such a child.
That's right.
Why are you guys falling for it?
Because they're like 12 years old mentally.
Yeah, they are 12 years old mentally. The two brainless boys went straight for the window.
It appears you still don't understand the inner workings of men.
I would applaud Reikyu if she just drop kicked Alice right now.
That would be funny.
Hey!
With everyone distracted, Alice dashed away.
Huh. Ah!
Hey, Alice, wait! They hurried after him, but as you might expect, it was too late.
So was Roshi just watching this happen and didn't do anything?
I mean, to be fair, it's a very Ryoshi.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I want it to be acknowledged, you know?
Ugh, he got away again, and so easily, too. I'm furious.
I stomped my feet in frustration.
Riku, it's okay. Don't lie to yourself. You would also want to look out that window if you weren't focused on Alice.
That being said, he was in the same spot last time. Maybe there's a connection here.
Investigate the room. I peered into the newly vacant room. See, me and Girly, same brain cell.
I don't see anything particularly interesting. It was minimally furnished. The only thing I've noticed being a chessboard atop a small table.
Riku.
Yes, sir.
He caught me off guard, so I ended up responding like some kind of grunt soldier.
今すぐこちらに来てくだ
Please,
さい
come quickly.
You got it, boss.
We headed down to the first floor, where he showed me a handkerchief. Alice, getting
これを見てくださ
sloppy.
い
Take a look at this.
Can you track him by scent?
Is that hair?
Laying on the pink fabric was a strand of glittering golden hair.
はい
Yes,
色といい
the color,
細
the
さといい
texture, the slight curl.
何よりもこ
It's
の微妙
unmistakably
な縮れ
his.
具合彼
それって
Is that a... Interesting. Where did you find it?
1階のバスルーム
Outside
の
the
前
first floor bathroom.
やっぱりそれって
Are we sure it's not a pimp?
いいから
That's
お前は
enough
黙
out
っ
of you, kid.
はい
Oh, okay.
Ryoshi grabbed Wolf by the scuff of his neck and dragged him off.
Well, let's go check the bathroom.
そうですね
Right.
Do you think Alice would be dumb enough to hold up in a bathroom in the own house that he tried to escape from?
私が
Who
合図した
knows?
ら一気に制圧します
When I give the signal, we'll both charge in. Understood?
Understood, sir.
Alice was surely hiding out in the bathroom. Following my commander's hand signals, I held my breath and waited for the chance to strike. Then at last, the time came.
3
3, 2,
1
1.
GO!
Go.
Go, go, go! Wait, what the?
When we kicked the door down, however, Alice was nowhere to be seen because he planted it.
Yeah,
おかしいですね
that's strange.
確
was
か
so
に
sure
ここに
he
逃げ
fled
込んだと思っ
inside.
たのですが
Or he jumped out the bathroom window.
Yeah.
As Red Riding Hood peered around the bathroom, my attention drifted towards the sink. Or, he just magicked himself out.
Maybe.
There's a mirror here. What if...
My fingers were drawn to its surface. When I touched it, it rippled like water.
He did magic out of there.
He did magic out of there.
Looks like it'll let us through.
行けるってど
Through
こ
to
にです
where
か
exactly?
A different world, if I had to guess.
別の
A
世界
different world.
Yep.
I nodded firmly.
Truth be told, I passed through a mirror to get here.
鏡を通り
You
抜け
did?
て
Yeah. In the darkness, I passed through the giant crystal mirror and arrived in Cinderella's world. Then I fell into a mirror reflection of the still lake and arrived here. In other words, each mirror could take me somewhere new. I'm sorry. I know it must sound like something out of a dream. I can't claim to understand it myself, but the fact is, I came here chasing Alice. Red stared back at me, blankly as I confessed.
私はバカ
I'm
で
afraid I'm too
あ
stupid
な
to
たの
understand
言葉
what
の
you're
意味もよく理
saying.
解できていないのですが
At least he's admitting it.
Yeah.
つまり
So
あ
you
なた
came
は
here
別
from
の
another
世界から
world,
やって
like
き
in
た
a
と
manga.
いうことですか
Yeah, yes, just like in a manga.
あなたが
Does
別の
that
世
mean
界
you're
から
not
来た
the
とい
same
うの
person who
な
I
ら
originally met?
私が出会ったあなたと今のあなたは別人なんでしょうか
The question made my heart ache. Aww.
I'm not sure. It might still be the same me, or it might not be. The only way to find out for sure is for me to catch Alice.
なぜ
Why
アリスなんです
Alice?
か
What information could he
彼
possibly
が何を知って
possess?
るというんですか
Everything.
When I was alone in the darkness, it was Alice who took my hands. And he called me Arisu. Surely he has to know who I am. I wouldn't have come this far if it wasn't for him. I don't know why he keeps running from me, but there has to be a reason. There's a reason. I need to catch him.
そうですか
I see.
Wait, well, Red, this is where we say goodbye.
I turned away from him and reached out to the mirror.
待ってください
Wait, please.
He grabbed my shoulder. The expression on his face hard and determined. I blinked at him.
私もあなたと
I'll
一
come
緒
with
に行
you.
きます
Huh? But
あなたが記憶
You
喪
may
失
not be
で
the same woman I
他の
know,
世界から
but
やっ
you
てきた
still
人で
have amnesia, and
あ
I'm
な
a
たが
duty.
私の知ってる
I
彼
am
女じゃな
duty
かった
bound
と
to
しても
provide assistance to all
目
those
の
in
前で
need.
困っている人を見捨てておけません
We gained
それがミス
puppy
アリスだ
companion.
Especially you,
Now,
Miss
Sarah,
Arisu. I'm
あなたを
afraid
一人
I
に
cannot
は
let
させ
you
ませ
go
ん
alone.
oh, Red. Okay then, let's hold hands.
But
T-
hold
T-
hands, but
いやそれ
that's
は
Hand holding. Oh no. We're gonna get canceled by Twitch. Ignoring his bashful blushing, I snatched his hand. Great, now we're gonna also have red stains in the bathroom.
what? Yeah, my hand.
Here we go.
Mirror sounds.
Mirror. Mirror. Can you imagine if we could just drag Red through?
I never liked school much. And they didn't look like the other kids, so I didn't fit in. It made me a target for bullying.
Haha, nerd.
But now people were starting to treat me a bit differently, and I didn't understand why.
お前さ、
Hey, you.
何？
What is it?
いい加
You
減
need to
嘘つ
quit
くの
lying.
やめろよ。
Huh?
とぼけんなよ。
Don't play dumb.
この前
You promised you'd give me your
自分
old
がいらないおも
toys,
ちゃを
but you
くれる
haven't.
って言ってたのに、結局持ってこねえじゃねえか。何のこと？
What are you talking about?
うわ
Ugh, you're such a
最低
jerk.
私にも指輪をくれるって言った。
And you say you give me a ring.
Oh, is it like the boy who cried wolf?
Maybe. I don't remember that.
本当に知
No,
らない。
seriously, I don't.
何のこと？
When did I say that?
俺知ってる
You know what I heard?
本当
I
は
heard his
すっげえ
family's
貧乏
really
なんだよな
poor.
なのに金
They
持
just
ちぶってさ
pretend to be rich.
嘘つきだ
They're a
よ
bunch of liars.
嘘じゃない。
We're not lying.
男なのにリ
And
ボン
what's with
し
the
てさ
ribbon?
男
He, she,
女
he, she. They said a slur. Like in the Japanese, they said a slur.
Oh no.
The Japanese equivalent for faggot. Yay.
Oh no. Yay.
We love slurs.
これは
Someone needs to smack this child.
Yep. No way. This ribbon was the one thing that connected me to Arisu. I wanted to scream at them for insulting her, but I couldn't. The next day.
じゃあお母さんお仕事に行ってくるから。
Okay then, sweetie. It's time for me to go to work.
Mom noticed my silence and frowned, puzzled.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
お腹痛
My
い。
stomach hurts. I was lying, of course. I just didn't want to go to school and get made fun of for reasons I didn't understand. But I didn't dare complain to my mother, who worked hard without a single day off.
大丈夫？
Your
熱は？
stomach. Are you okay? Do you have a fever?
熱はないみたいだけど、
I don't
どうしよ
feel
う。
any fever, but
どうする？
should I take you to the hospital?
大丈夫。
No, that's okay.
そう。
You sure?
じ
Okay,
ゃあ
then can you stay
一
home
人
by
でお留守
yourself?
番できる？
うん。
Yeah. I nodded and she gently stroked my hair.
今日はお家でゆっくりして
Just
なさい。
rest up at home today.
学校には
I'll call the
お
school
休
and
み
let
し
them
ます
know.
って伝えておくから。いいこと。お外で遊んで
Now
はダ
listen
メ。
here.
周りのみんなは
mustn't play outside.
狼なの。
The world is
狼
filled
は
with
どん
wicked
な悪い
wolves.
ことをする
You
か
can
わか
never
らないか
trust
ら。
them. So if one of
話し
them
かけら
talks
れ
to
て
you,
も
be
知らん
sure
顔
to
している
ignore
のです
them.
よ。お母さんがいない間、ちゃ
You
ん
have
と
to
お留
watch
守
the
番
house
してい
while
る
I'm
のよ。
gone, understand?
もし
And if anybody knocks
誰
on the
かがこ
door,
の家にやっ
don't
て
let
きて
them
も
in. No
決し
matter
て中
what.
に入れてはいけません。
わかった。
Got it. I had stayed at home alone before, but this is my first time faking sick to skip school. My heart thumped in my chest like I was doing something wrong. And possibly as a result of my guilty conscience. For some reason, I felt like someone was watching me.
誰かいるの？
There's someone there.
気のせい
I
か。
guess I'm just imagining it.
Snow White.
From then on, I skipped school more and more.
はい。はい。すみません。
Of course. I apologize.
はい。
Thank
そ
you.
れでは、
Goodbye.
学校から
That was the school.
The sadness in my mother's eyes made my chest ache.
ねえ、どうして学校に行き
Sweetheart,
たくないの？
why don't you want to go to school?
Because other kids are ruthless.
True.
それは
No reason.
誰かに意地悪されてるの？
Is someone
お
being
母
mean
さん
to
に
you?
教えて。
Talk to me, honey.
別に
Nothing like that,
何もないよ。
Mom.
本当に？
Are you sure?
本当。
Yeah, I am... Yes.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
ただ
It's happening again.
影が
That shadow.
影？
What shadow?
お母さん
Mom, I wondered if maybe I should just tell her everything.
Yes.
Including the stuff that happened at school, and about the presence I felt watching me from the shadows. Maybe she would believe me.
Meanwhile, Snow White just in the corner of his mind, just reading a book.
なんでもない。
Nothing.
アリス。
A liar. Fucking liar. Instead of Alice, you should be Elias. That was a stretch.
All lies.
All lies, yes.
Alice?
Soon after, I started having these strange dreams now and then. Dreams where I played with a boy my age.
あっちゃん
こっちこっち。
Hey, Blondie, over here.
あっちゃん
Blondie.
君は
No, wait, that was you saying it was supposed to be Wolf. That's fine, whatever. We move on.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's you.
Blondie?
It's you. I didn't know the boy's name.
ったく何してんだよ。
Ugh, what are you doing? Come on.
Well, but he seemed to know me, and he was happy to lead me by the hand. And the next thing I knew, my mother was crying.
Heartbreak sobbing noises.
お母さん
Oh,
どうして
and why
泣
are
いてる
you
の
crying? When I called out to her, she spoke to me in a watery voice.
アリス
Alice,
あなたは
are you
本当にアリスな
really
の？
my Alice?
But I don't understand why she would ask me that.
When I jumped through the mirror, I didn't pause to think of how I'd go about landing on the other side. I could feel myself tumbling through the darkness. Ah! Then the darkness lit up, and I landed hard on my butt. Ow! I clutched at my aching tushy. What awaited me here in this new world?
どないしたん？
Hmm.
Hmm.
You want to take over Reiki while I read Kaguya? Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
Fine, I guess.
Reikyu, what's happened?
I heard the sound of someone racing up a staircase, and then a familiar figure ran into the room.
Oh, I can still do narrating stuff if you want.
Too bad. Oh, hi, Kaguya. It is my servant from Cinderella's world.
Wow, you got through the mirror too.
He raced over to me, face white as a sheet.
転んだ？どっか怪我は？
Did you fall? Are you hurt anywhere?
I'm okay. Ow, ow, ow. I tried to get up, but my tailbone twinged in protest.
動いたらあかん。
Just stay still.
病院、
Should I
大げさか。
call a doctor? No need, I suppose.
とりあえず部屋に行って怪
For
我の
now,
確認をしよう。
let's get you to your room and take a look at you.
He slid,
Alright, clothes off.
he slid an arm under my legs. What? The next thing I knew, I was in midair. Whoa. On the verge of losing my balance, I flung my arms around his neck to anchor myself.
ちょっとの間我慢して
Hold
て。
tight for just a moment, my princess.
Hug the bun.
Kisu!
Keith. What? I shrieked as he kissed me on the forehead. Seriously, what kind of shoujo manga is this? Hey, where are we going?
ん？君の部屋で確認をしようと思う。
I'm taking you to your room to have a look.
さすがに廊下で脱がすなんてできんやろ？誰かに君
Can't
の
strip
裸
you
見
in the
られる
middle
な
of
ん
the
て
hall
嫌
now,
やし。
can I? Wouldn't want just anyone getting an eyeful of your naked body.
Strip me naked? This shoujo manga is getting a little PG-13.
Oh, never mind. There he goes. Yeah.
In my shock, I shouted a little too loudly. He pressed his forehead to mine.
しー。ハンマ騒いだらあかんで。
Reikyu, you mustn't make too much noise.
Oh, okay. His husky voice made me falter.
Does this make you falter?
No.
Damn.
Carrying me bridal style, he brought me into the same bedroom I woke up in back in Cinderella's world. Then he gently laid me down onto the bed. Thank you?
どういたしまして。
You're very welcome.
Smiling brightly, he leaned forward on the bed. And then,
さて。
Now then, Rikyu.
Wait, this is after like the whole stuff that happens at the lake, right?
yep. He
Oh
crawled.
boy, how fucked up is he?
Who knows, man? He crawled toward me on his hands and knees. Yes? Well, what is it?
They are painful.
I was trapped, nowhere to run. And even if I could run, his intensity had me paralyzed in place. As I cringed into the covers, he leaned in close and hit me with the words I was dreading.
お腹見せて。
Show me your tummy, Rikyu.
What?
お腹見せて。
Show me your tummy.
Nande! Forget PG-13. This is getting R-rated.
Let's go, Tummies.
君が見せてくれないなら、
Either you
無理
show
やりに
me,
でも。
or I'll take matters into my own hands.
What happened to you, Kaguya?
The lake happened.
At this demand, I raised both hands in protest. No, please
No.
stop. Do you want Reiki back?
No, because I'll be doing Kaguya and Reiki back and forth. I tried that once and it did not go great.
Like, yeah, you're super hot and everything, but we're not even dating.
What?
What? After a brief silence, Kaguya moved back and sat down on the bed. You see, that silence was because there was a brief silence. Totally not me forgetting that I'm supposed to be reading.
Oh yeah, totally.
Mhm.
Yeah, don't worry.
Rikyu.
Yes? I stammered under the intense pressure emanating from him.
僕と付き合ってないって
What do you
どうい
mean
うことな
Not dating.
Exactly what it sounds like. Exactly what it sounds like.
Wow. We share the brain cell when Kaguya is back on the screen? Okay.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Eek. His expression was frozen on his face, like a mask. Now he was scaring me in a very different way. Since when was Kaguya like this?
僕のこと嫌いになったん
Do you not fancy me anymore?
No, it's nothing like that.
じゃあ僕のことが嫌になった
Are you upset with me?
He leaned in close again.
僕なんかした君が
I've
嫌だ
done
と思う
something
ところは
wrong.
全部直すように努
I'll
力す
fix
る
whatever you
せやから
don't like
僕を
about me. So just...
Man is desperate. That's him.
I mean, he is. Like, that was the whole point of his arc.
I know. Please get therapy, buddy.
He does need therapy.
He grabbed me by the shoulders, but right before anything got X-rated.
おい
Hey,
どうした
what's going on up here?
Cinderella!
Hey, Cinderella, don't mind the amnesia.
Time for two boys to be confused.
Yep. Two confused boys for the price of one.
Let's go.
大丈夫
Oh, three confused boys for the price of one.
Nah, Snow's not gonna be that confused.
Who knows? Everything okay? At last, two familiar faces arrived to rescue me.
取り込み中だった
I don't know what I just walked in
悪い
on.
な
Sorry. Alas, my saviors promptly turned to leave. Don't go, Cinderella!
Huh?
Huh?
Now that Cinderella's back, do you want me to take Reikyu?
Up to you.
Because now you have like 3 characters you voice on screen.
Yeah.
And I only have 1, so I should probably take Reikyu back.
Perhaps.
Huh?
The little sound is cute.
Yeah, the little huh.
Uh.
Cinderella's huns are the best.
Yeah, just...
Huh?
Anyways.
Cinderella turned back and gave me a funny look. I've been so worried about you all this time. When we fell into the lake and got separated, I was worried what happened to you, but now I see you're back at home. As I rambled on and on, his expression turned even more dubious.
Huh?
This voice actor must get paid by the Hans.
Yeah, I need a compilation of all of Cinderella's Hans.
That'd be great.
Not sure I follow, but it's kind of hard to take you seriously when you're, you know.
Cinderella, huh? At this, Kagu and I hastily sprang apart. No, let's start over. Cinderella? Do you remember me?
Of course I remember you. You're Reikyu Arisuit, right?
Yes, that's right. Your fiancé, Reikyu Arisu.
Kage is just gonna perish, I guess.
I beamed. I finally know things. Oh, it's always the surprise ones that get me.
Yeah.
They're great.
I just.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
What? The same word came out of both of their mouths, yet they meant it in two very different ways.
Yep. We're getting very good Cinderella sounds this stream.
When your soundboard just gets filled with one Otome game sound.
Yeah.
The blood drained from Cinderella's face as though he just bore witness to a critical mistake.
I mean, because he did.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kagu's about to shank a bitch.
Confused, I followed his gaze. Then my heart skipped a beat, and not in a good way.
Cinderella-san.
Cinderella. Kaguya hopped off the bed and closed in on him.
Oh.
The way his brain slowly inched away.
I saw that. Just yeah.
Yeah.
Cinderella recoiled, looking deeply uncomfortable.
シンデレラさんには
All
今の
this
今まで
time,
感謝していました。
I was so grateful to you.
見ず知らずの僕を家に置
Not
い
only
て
did
く
you
れたばか
take
り
a
で
stranger
はな
like me into
く
your
仕事
home,
を与えてくれ
but
て
you gave me a
キ
job
ーさんと
and
の
helped me
仲
to
を
get
後
together
押し
with
してくれました
puppets.
まさか
Not once
そ
did
の
I
シン
ever
デレ
think
ラ
you'd
さんに裏
betray
切ら
me
れる
like
とは思ってい
this.
ませんでしたそりゃあシンデレラさんは見た目は
Don't
かっ
get
こ
me
いい
wrong.
しイケボやし
You're a good-looking bloke with
女の
a
子
sexy
も放ってお
voice
かん
and
でし
all
ょうな
that. I'm sure all the birds love you.
Meanwhile, Reikyu.
Where's that mirror?
Cinderella looked from Kaguya to me and back. Then he waved his hand in front of his chest as though to dismiss the accusations.
Wait, this is the misunderstanding, right? Or maybe it's a prank. Tell him this is a prank.
But he was asking me to lie, and I couldn't do that.
This is not the hill to die on, Reikyu, because Cinderella's gonna be dead.
As I sat there in silence, Kaguya backed Cinderella up against the wall. Kabedan,
僕から大事なヒーさんを寝取るな
you really thought you could steal my precious puppet away from me, eh, Cinderella?
この落とし前どうつけ
And
てく
how are
れ
you gonna make this right?
シンデレラさん
Well, Cinderella?
Kaguya looked like he was ready to grab Cinderella by the collar.
Before the situation could escalate any further, Cinderella yelled in his face.
She's not my girlfriend or fiance or anything else. She's dating you.
What?
Now it was my turn to be shocked.
What's going on here?
Well, you setting Cinderella up for a death trap mostly.
Unknowingly.
I am?
I asked timidly.
俺はそうだと思っ
That's
て
what I
たけ
thought,
ど
at least.
違うの
Aren't you?
At last, Snow White spoke up after seemingly trying his hardest to stay out of it. Smart.
Hold on. I need to clear some stuff up.
No shit, Sherlock.
We almost witnessed a murder.
Yep.
So, you're saying I'm currently dating Kaguya?
僕はそのつもりでいたけど
Well, that's what I thought was going on, innit? And Cinderella isn't my fiancé.
No, you're my employee, and that's it.
Smart man.
As far as I could tell, the three of them were dead serious about this.
Yeah, me and Cinderella would end up being dead either way.
This meant that Cinderella standing here in the room was not the same Cinderella I've already met. The backstory's changed? All this time, I'm in a world where Kaguya is my romantic partner? Then, what about everyone else? Every time I pass through the mirror to a new world, the connections between each character seem to change.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but where's Red Riding Hood?
In the void.
The void. When I passed through the mirror, I was holding hands with him, but now he is nowhere to be seen. He's just in the darkness realm now.
Yep.
Oh.
Did he vanish as soon as I arrived here?
Everyone.
As I mulled it all over, I suddenly noticed everyone staring at me in silence. I looked up and took in their expectant faces. Well, I'm still pretty confused, but for now I think I should clear up the misunderstanding. You see, I have amnesia.
記憶喪失
Amnesia? Yeah, so I don't really remember what history we have together, so to speak.
せやけど僕のこと
But you know my name. That's the thing, actually. I don't.
I pointed squarely in his face.
It appears I've come here from a different world. At first, I was wandering through the darkness. Then I met a guy named Alice.
I just had an abrupt thought about the fact that like I use my nap voice for like Reikyu is suitable since Mega Dimension going across dimensions.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I followed him through the crystal mirror into the looking glass world. Then I learned Cinderella was my fiancée. Then I found Alice again and chased him into a new world. But this time, Cinderella was gone, and I was instead dating a man named Red Riding Hood, and...
I was rambling like an utter lunatic. They all stared at me in alarm and disbelief. This was something of a buzzkill, so I slowed to a stop.
Boss kill.
Buzzkill.
な
Hey,
ああんたは
by
もしか
any
して
chance,
頭を
did you
ぶつけたん
hit
じゃ
your head on something?
Funny
か
story.
なり重症み
Blood,
たいだね
blood force trauma isn't usually the cause of amnesia, and if it is, it's short term.
Whatever she's got.
I learned that in one of the other worlds.
Whatever she's got. It might be terminal.
I'm not lying, I swear. Please believe me.
I shouted loudly, hoping desperately that they wouldn't think I was crying wolf for attention.
僕は
Wolf.
信じるよ
I believe you.
Kaguya muttered quietly.
Thank you, Kaguya.
信じ
You
るって
believe her? Seriously, bro?
本気かよ
そりゃ
I
夢
mean,
物語みたいな話だと思うけど
I do reckon it sounds something out of a dream. He averted his gaze slightly, then looked back at me.
せやけど
But
僕
my
は
puppet
ヒーさん
wouldn't
が
joke
記
about
憶喪
having
失だなんて
amnesia.
冗談を言うとは思えない
Not
で
to
す
me. Literally the amnesiac.
Yep. Amnesia buddies, let's go.
Let's go. We don't remember shit.
Including him having amnesia.
ま
Right.
あそうだ
I
な
guess not.
Mm.
Good point.
彼女は
That'd be really
そんな
messed
立場の
up.
悪い人間じゃ
At least Snow understands like the irony
Yeah.
of that. Cinderella and Snow White both agreed with him. Evidently, this Rose Riku Arasu was a trustworthy gal.
でもさ
Alright.
そうする
But
と
isn't something
なん
kind
か
of
変
fishy
じゃねえ
here?
かここにいるアリスが
If this
別
Riku
の世
came
界
from
から来た
another
ってんな
world,
ら
then what
俺た
happened
ちが
to
知ってるアリ
ours?
スは何なんだよ
Good question. Well,
もしかして
Not like there's two
ア
of
リス
you.
が2
Is
人いる
there?
とか
Looks at the
let's
wizard.
go look for another Riku Arasu. The next instant, Kaguya dashed from the room like he couldn't bear to stay there a moment longer.
That's fair.
ヒーさん
Puppet?
ヒーさんどこ
Where
に
have
お
you
る
gone? Naturally, we chased after him, but Riku Arasu was nowhere to be found.
いない
She's gone.
さっきまで
What
何
was
し
she
てた
doing
っけ
before all this happened?
ヒーさんは取りに行くものがあるって2階に上がって
Said she had to go fetch something, so she went upstairs.
じゃあやっぱ
Well
り
then, this
こい
one's
つはア
probably
リスなん
her.
じゃねえ
Her
の
memories are just
ただ
wonky, that's all.
まあ記憶がおかしくなってるみたいだけど
Everyone looked back at me. Imposter spotted. I don't know what to say. But Alice knows who I am, and I need to hunt him down.
なんでアリスくんなん
Why Alice, of all people? I don't know. Wait, so you guys know him?
知ってるも
Of
ん
course we know him. He
ここ
lives
に住
here.
んでるからね
Deja vu.
Deja vu. This feeling I felt before. Here's hoping the third time's the charm.
It's not going to be.
All right, let's get him. I can't hear anything inside. Wait, is this the? This isn't the Cinderella where we already broke off a door, right? That was the first world Cinderella.
Yeah.
I pressed my ear to the door just in case, but couldn't tell for sure if anybody was in there. This time I'd like to ambush him so he doesn't get away, but the door's locked from the inside. Wait, it's not? When I twisted the knot, it opened easily, revealing no one inside.
Dun dun dun.
He's not here. And then Alice drops down from the ceiling and runs out the door. Apparently, he wasn't dumb enough to try the same trick over and over. Yeah. Smart.
どこに行ったんやろ
Where's he gone then? I don't know. Well, what now? I was hoping Alice could help me figure out what's going on. I folded my arms in contemplation. Then Kaguya grinned at me.
わかった
I've
Isa?
got it.
ちょっと待っ
Wait
て
here,
て
Papa. He walked out into the hall. Huh? Cinderella and Snow White stood outside the room, observing us at a distance.
シンデレラさ白雪さ
Cinderella, Snow White. He addressed the two of them. Cinderella quirked a brow at Kaguya's stoic expression.
なんだよ
What is it?
僕とヒーさんは今からアリスくんを探し
Papa
に
and I
行
are
ってき
going
ま
out
す
to find Alice.
今から
Right now?
今から
right now.
What about the cafe?
せやから
I
シンデレ
reckon
ラ
you
さ
and
ん
Snow
と
White
白
will need
雪
to
さんの
handle
お
it
二
on
人に
your
お願い
own.
します
Hold on a minute. I get what you're saying, but you really gotta go looking right this minute. Why just wait until tonight?
He had a point. My heart raced as I waited to see how Kaguya would counter.
あいたたたたたたた
Ow, 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 ow. Then out of nowhere, he doubled over, clutching his cheek. Oh no.
Huh?
前にシンデレラさんに殴られたところが今さら痛み出して
All
き
of a
た
sudden, I feel a sharp pain in the spot where you punched me.
殴ったの
You punched him? No, White.
あいや
Okay. Yeah, I
殴ったんだ
did.
殴ったの
That's ice cold.
いや
Look, man, it was a huge misunderstanding, alright?
Oh yeah, I remember now. When they were having a conversation in the
全
kitchen.
力で殴られ吹っ飛ばされたんですよねしかもその後の
Right,
謝罪が悪い
A
なって
misunderstanding that sent me
だけだ
flying halfway across the room in it. And your only apology was my bad.
Okay, but if his assumption was correct, you would have deserved that.
Yeah, 100%.
こういうのって労基署に
I
書き
reckon
込
I
む
ought to write to the labor board. Apparently, Cinderella really didn't want a reputation as an evil corporation.
Alright, I get it. You win. You two, get your asses out there and go find Alice. That's an order from your boss.
At this, Kaguya straightened his posture.
ほんまですかやっ
You
ぱり
mean
シン
it?
デレラさんは頼り
Oh,
になりますな
Cinderella, I knew I could count on you. Beaming, he slung an arm around Cinderella's shoulder.
Yeah, I guess.
After getting the answer he wanted, Kaguya shoved Cinderella out of the way and raced back over to me, grinning.
じゃあ探しに行こうか
Right then. Shall we be off, Puppet? Okay. Reiki was just scared.
Yeah.
If anyone's evil here, it's not the corporation. This man, I swear to God, I know. He's not easy to find, is he? He was really easy to find in the 2 worlds ago.
Yep.
Nope. Together we ran around to all the places Alice was likely to go, but no luck. Then again, our chances of finding him were slim when we didn't even know which direction he went. You know Alice, right, Kaguya?
うん知っとるで
Hmm? Of course. What's he like?
せやな
Hmm.
めっちゃおしゃべりで
Well, he's great at banter. It always amazes me to hear the sort of thing come out of his mouth.
Fair.
That's putting it politely.
Yeah.
An accurate assessment, to say the least.
No matter what world I'm in, he's always the same. Noticing Kaguya looking at me, I cocked up my head at him.
Do we say he's different, or does he seem is basically the same?
I'll answer when dog stops being a brat.
Bark. Bark, 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 bark. I don't know. He seems basically the same to me between Cinderella's world. It's just like he's a little bit more like main character syndrome now.
A little more yandere as a treat.
Yeah. So like it was always there.
Yeah. But I feel like that qualifies as a little different at the same time, you know?
I guess I could see it.
Yeah.
I think if we're gonna go with the flow of the story, he seems a little different.
Yeah.
Because like it's definitely a different Kaguya than the one that Reikyu is used to
Yeah.
from Cinderella's world.
Mm-hmm. Locking it in.
Come to think of it, you're a bit different from the other Kaguya I've met.
ほんまどう違
Am
う
I? How so?
Just that smile seems a lot more murderous all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah.
Well, you're more flawed, I guess?
That too.
人間らしい
Flawed? I mean, like, you've got a big ego. Or maybe you're just more cunning? No, arrogant? Irreverent? Overbearing?
This man's getting torn down right in front of him.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to be rude.
Damn. I meant to cushion it, but instead I gunned him down at point blank. Rat.
It's fine.
Meanwhile, you just gotta pretend that you're fine, but you're not fine.
Yeah.
He smiled stiffly.
君の言う通りやこう見えても
You
僕っ
got the
て
right of it.
めちゃく
Despite
ちゃ
how I
傲
come
慢で
off,
欲深い
I'm
人間なん
utterly
やで
arrogant and greedy as well.
せやから自分の口から
The mere
他
mention of
の
another
男の
man's
名前
name
が
is
出る
enough
だ
to
けで
make you sick.
すごく
What?
それにしても
That said,
昼間からデートっ
I'm
ていう
rather
のも
enjoying this
ええもんやな
midday date, if I do say so myself. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I suppose this counts.
I went along with it.
兄さんはお腹空いてるなんか
Are you
食べたい
hungry,
もんある
Poppet? Anything you're dying to eat? Come to think of it, I am pretty hungry. I went through 3 worlds without eating a single thing.
じゃあなんか買うて食べようか
In that case, shall we grab a bite to eat?
まあそこに
Oh,
串焼き屋
there's a
さんがあ
kebab
るで
stand.
行こう行こ
Let's go. Right.
Oh my god, assertive Kaguya taking actual like direction in the relationship. Damn.
And so we sat down on a bench at the lakeshore and had ourselves a late lunch.
You know what'd be really
う
funny?
ど
So
うぞ
heads and tails, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if all of the post-story chapters are all the other Reikyus being sucked into the alternate worlds that they go to?
That would be interesting.
So like, Cinderella is dealing with Reds. I forget, is Kaguya the third or fourth world we've been to? Because I know we've been to 2 worlds, right?
We're currently in our 3rd one.
Yeah, so we went to Cinderella.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, 3rd one, so Kaguya is the 3rd.
Yeah.
Got it.
You got
Here
there.
you are, Poppet.
Look, world hopping. I need a timeline. I need a flowchart. Okay, that's how I'm used to time hopping.
Mm-hmm.
Kaguya pulled out the outer layer of his kimono and spread it on the bench. Apparently, he wanted me to sit on it. Thank you?
Then he sat down next to me and pulled out a freshly purchased kebabs.
ちょっと待ってな今
Just a moment,
僕が用意す
and
る
I'll
から
get them ready.
I was over on the bench. He slid each piece of meat off the skewer onto a paper plate. How do you respond to this gesture? Ask him what pop it means or feed him? If we're going like like none of the Reikyus are connected, then we're gonna ask him like what pop it means.
Yeah.
'Cause that's how we've been playing it for the entire run here.
Yeah. But it is...
And if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Yeah, it is funny though, because it's just kind of out of a left field, since like obviously
Yeah,
it's
it's like
Let me prepare food. Hey, what's this weird word that you use me? Say, Kaguya? Timidly, I raised a hand. Thinking on it, I don't think Red could have survived dealing with Kaguya's Riku. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
He stopped and looked over at me. This is a super belated question, but what does Poppet mean? Here in this world, Kaguya often called me by name, but he sometimes also addressed me as Poppet too.
ああ、それはな、お姫様ってことやで。
Think of it like princess or something. Oh, okay. Gosh, I feel so pampered. I sighed. Kaguya was such a gentleman.
だって僕の彼女さんやし。
Well, you are my girlfriend after all. I wanted to correct him and say that his real girlfriend was Reikyu Arasu, but I couldn't bring myself to. Aww.
で、ひーさんは僕の知ってるひーさんとは違うのかもしれんけど。
I suppose you're not the same Poppet. He lowered his gaze to the ground. Oh no.
前にもこうしてここでひーさんと
Do
同
you
じ
know
パン
we've
食べたん
come
や
here
で。
and eaten kebabs once before? Wow! Really? I remember Cinderella telling me something similar. But Kaguya only cared about me because I looked like Reikyu Arasu. He didn't actually care about me. Kaguya, you're dating Reikyu Arasu, right?
せやで。
I am indeed. Do you think that I'm her? I can't remember our history together, so I'm not sure. On the contrary, I have different memories altogether. Do I even still count as Reikyu Arasu at this point? He looked at me wordlessly. He wasn't smiling, but he wasn't angry either. His emotional state was inscrutable, as he seemed to gaze into my very soul.
姿も声も僕にとっては
Your
彼女
face
その
and
もの。
voice are exactly the Reikyu Arasu I know.
せやけど
But
僕の知ってる彼女とは違
perhaps
う
you're
のか
not
も
the
しれへん
same
な。
girl on the inside. What do you mean?
君には
You
僕
don't
との
have the
思い出がない
memories we
から。
made together.
君は覚えてないやろうけど
I doubt you remember,
僕が僕
but
とし
it's
ていら
thanks
れ
to
る
her
の
that
も
I managed to be myself at
全
all.
部彼女のおかげなんやで。彼女は仮面をかぶった僕の姿を暴い
Oh,
て
you got that one too?
力ずくで僕の心を
Had
救
to
ってくれ
ban that one a
た。
while back.
She pulled off my mask, revealed the real me, and saved me against my will.
Looked up what poppet means. First definition is, rather predictably, an endearingly sweet or pretty child or young girl. But there's a historical definition that reads, a small figure of a human being used in sorcery and witchcraft?
So like a little doll.
Interesting.
Like a voodoo doll.
Yeah. Interesting.
僕が知ってるアリスっちゅう
The
女の子
Reikyu
は
Arasu I know is a
笑
ray
顔
of
が可
light,
愛くて、
a brilliant girl with a
キラキラしていて。
pretty smile.
そして
She fell in love with me,
その子は僕を好
and
き
she
でいて
healed
くれ
me.
て、
Also, she got this really neat
Okay,
stomach
skip
scar
it.
because of. Well, if I don't remember you, and I'm not in love with you, I guess I'm not Reikyu Arasu at all.
難しい話やな。
Complicated, isn't it? He smiled and tilted his head. Agreed. I nodded, smiling back at him.
月の都の人は華やかで
Moon
美しく
dwellers
て
are beautiful,
老いることはない。
opulent people who never grow old and
何も
never
思い
have
悩
any
むこともない。
problems.
君は月
Perhaps
の都の人間なのか
you're a
もしれへ
moon
んな。
dweller then.
Man, they're in full force today.
So what you're saying is, I don't belong here.
せやな。
Right you are.
ああ、自分が本物のヒーさんか確かめる方法がないわけやないんやけ
In
ど。
all honesty, there are ways I can test to see if you're the real Poppin.
Now, this I wasn't expecting.
There are? Let's test it out.
わかった。
Right
じゃあ
then,
ヒーさん、
Poppin, show me your
お腹見
tummy.
せて。
Oh, this shit again.
Yep.
My tummy. It was so sudden I couldn't help but blink back at him in confusion.
Oh no. Oh yeah, Spooky. I didn't think about that. Uh-oh.
Yes. Oh, yes. Your tummy.
Tummy Tom.
He stared at me intently. But we're outside.
野外やんな。
Indeed we are.
The silence is loud.
I swallowed hard. He was dead serious. Kakuya. Hmm? If I show you, will you really be able to tell if I'm the same Reikyu Arasu? I
わ
will.
かる。
Should I do it? If anyone saw me taking my clothes off out here, they'd think something very different was happening.
I mean,
Do it. Do it. Do it. And in broad daylight, at the lake, do it. I scanned the area just in case, but right as I started to pull up my corset strands, I caught a glimpse of something gold glinting in the bushes.
hmm.
Just onto the corner. Aha!
Uh-oh.
There you are!
Alice located. Heat-seeking missile.
Oh, crap.
On target. On target.
You cannot outrun me! I hastily retied my corset. You should have told me you were there, you pervert!
What? This is the second time you called me that. Don't compare me to those other horny freaks like the red one or the green one.
Oh no, we haven't even met the green one yet. I mean, we've met a version of the green one.
You were hiding in the bushes, spying on me! If I hadn't noticed you, you would have seen my naked body!
Oh, spare me the persecution complex. You really think you're that attractive? Typical self-obsessed female.
Then why did you stay quiet? Why did you follow me here? Explain it to me so I can understand.
Well,
He fell silent. Bum, 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 bum. Just kidding.
I sucked my tongue out of him, then pounced.
oh dear.
Ja,
Distracted.
I got you this time.
But, damn it, you distracted me on purpose. That's not fair.
I'm just playing by your rules, punk.
To be fair, he did do that.
Yeah.
Where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you.
I knew you were looking for me, so I was hiding, obviously.
Fair.
They say the closer you are to something, the harder it is to see it. So I tailed you.
Never mind, he's just an idiot.
Yeah, but that's low-key smart at the same time, you know?
I mean, there is the saying, like, the best place to hide is, like, right under someone's nose, but, like, not when they're looking for you.
It worked.
Ox, also you get a look at the goods, you peeping Tom.
I didn't see anything. There was no peeping. What about you, Han? What do you think you're doing out here in broad daylight?
Well, Kaguya said he could prove whether I'm really Reikyu Arasu.
So you just agreed? How slutty are you? Girls in porn games are more chats than you. You goddamn nympho slut. Did he just say bitch?
I think he did just say bitch. Play it again.
君は簡単に男に腹を見せるのか？ちょろいにも程がある。今時のラノベやエロゲのヒロインの方がまだ低粛だぞ。この淫乱暴せビッチ。
Well, on the bright side, he's been learning English.
I mean...
Sorry, even that joke just took it out of me. I was just like, oh my god. I had to laugh at that.
Then why didn't you stop me?
なんか
Gasp.
I was so focused on Alice, I kind of forgot Kaguya was there.
Damn.
Uh-oh. On the bright side, Alice is not getting away.
True. For now.
He looked from me to Alice and back.
子供の喧嘩みたいやな。
Are you two children quite done bickering?
Never.
He smiled stiffly. Confronted with our own immaturity, we both fell silent and took a step back to cool down. That said, I still had a firm grip on Alice's hand, just slowly crushing it. Now let's try again. I spoke in a calm, mature, adult voice.
No way.
I'm convinced that you're avoiding me on purpose.
What was your first hint?
You remember everything that's happened before we got here. You're not one of them. You're like me.
What of it?
He responded coolly.
Don't mess with me. I chased you through the mirror, and now I'm stuck in this mysterious world. They all call me Reikyu Arasu, but I don't remember a thing. Tell me, am I really Reikyu Arasu? Why is there seemingly a version of me in every world? Quit being a jerk and just tell me.
And if I refuse?
Smack him.
I'll keep asking until you give in.
I stepped forward, he took a step back.
As usual, you're a sort of loser with no grace whatsoever. No, they can't knock your optimism. But if you can only charge forward, then you better keep your eyes ahead of you.
He took my hand away, turned. Oh, he shook my hand away, turned, and ran off. Just imagine.
My hand! Wait, Alice! Puppet!
Started to give chase, but Kaguya grabbed my hands.
Kaguya, please. I have to go after him. He's gonna pass through the looking glass into a different world.
As I pleaded with him, he squeezed my hand painfully tight. Don't go.
Kaguya.
Please don't go. So what if you're a moon dweller? I still love you. Please don't leave me.
He stared me down as he begged, practically glaring into my eyes, but then his usual soft expression returned.
ちゅうてもひいさんは行くつもりなんや
But you're leaving either way, aren't you? Yeah.
なら
Then
僕も一緒に行く
I'll come with you. I don't think we'll be able to stay together. When I first came to this world, I passed through the mirror with someone else, but he never arrived. So I can't be sure what might happen to you.
そんなんどうだって
I don't care what
僕は
happens.
君とこのまま離れ
Anything's
離れ
better
にな
than
る
you
方が嫌
leaving
や
me behind. I fell silent and he continued.
あんなひいさん
Look,
君が
Papa,
本当に僕の知っ
I
てる
don't
ひいさんか
know
は
if you're
僕
really
に
the
は分から
girl
ん
I love,
でもこれだけは分かる
but I know this.
僕は君を誰にも渡した
I
くない
refuse to let anyone else have you,
たとえ
not even a fellow
月
moon
の
dweller.
都の人が相手でもや
Okay, you can come with me. Brilliant. Reiki tosses him into the mirror first. And so, we search for the nearest mirror. Here we go. I bet he passed through this one. Kakya. I looked up at him and he squeezed my hand. Go on. Here we go.
Mirror sound.
まったく迷惑なことになったわね。
Great. Another problem to deal with.
When I awoke, I was in an unfamiliar house.
足が
My legs are numb. As I shifted my weight and looked around, I saw a bunch of grown-ups wearing black.
誰
Who are they? Where am I? All I recognized was the look in their eyes. Their hostile, mistrustful eyes.
あれは
What's that? On the far side of the room was a small altar. Sitting on top was a photo of my mother.
どうして
Why is
Oh, God.
Mom's picture there? I had a bad feeling about this.
す
Excuse
みません
me.
ここ
Where
は
are
どこ
we?
ですか
Why is my mother's
なんで
picture up
お母さん
there?
の写真が
Oh, poor baby.
Don't be stupid. This is your maternal grandparents' house. No, don't interrupt the funeral.
葬儀
Funeral?
ねえなんかこの
You
子
know,
おかしいわよ
I think there's something wrong with him.
やっぱりあの時のことがショ
I'm
ッ
sure
クで
everything that's happened has probably traumatized him.
あの時
What happened?
あの時のことって
What are you
何
talking
です
about?
か
Please tell me.
お母さんは
Where's my mom?
お
Where
母
is
さんは
she?
どこにいるんですか
In a box.
Calm down. Your mother is dead.
Oh, phew.
That,
I was worried. I was worried there for a second.
yeah, that's totally how you console a distressed
A
child.
child. Calm down. Your mother's dead.
Mom's dead? I couldn't believe it.
嘘だ
You're lying. I didn't want to believe it.
なんでお母さ
How
んが
could she be dead? She was so,
あんなに
so beautiful and kind and good at cooking. So protective of me. And I loved her dearly. Unfortunately,
And then Alistair goes to sleep for a long time.
unfortunately, none of those things prevented someone from dying. But the last time I saw her, she was
I mean,
crying. You mean?
some of those traits will prevent you from dying in short bursts. Like, if you're good at cooking, you can feed yourself so you won't starve to death.
Yeah, but you can be a bad cook and still feed yourself and prevent you from starving to death.
True. But it's better if you're a good cook.
It's more enjoyable if you're a good cook.
Exactly.
Mom.
Aww.
Mom! Red springs to mind, yeah. After that, I went to live with people who were supposedly related to my mother. Later, I learned that my mother was found dead in her house in the middle of winter. And apparently, I was found living with her corpse. But oddly enough, I didn't remember any of it.
Yeah, because Snow was like, yeah, I'm here.
When I went to the hospital, the doctor said I had dissociative amnesia, but I didn't really know what that meant.
Oh, he has a little bit more than that, but go on.
It's part of the equation.
It is part of the equation. It eventually gets us to the final piece, but like, damn.
After that, there was another gap in my memory. And the next thing I knew, I was at a house full of people I'd never met. It scared me so badly I ran away. Can't wheeze.
Alright, Gretel.
But no matter how far I tried to run, I'd always wake up back at a house full of strangers.
どうしてあんたは人を困らせることばかりするの
You do nothing but cause trouble for other people.
Give him a break. He's an unloved orphan. Surely we can look after him for a little while.
だから面倒見てきたの
I've
に
been trying, but all he ever does is lie.
Lie.
Every time my relatives shunted me around, I was forced to change schools, be it at home or at school. I had nowhere to belong. I had very few memories of that period in my life.
We're here.
The next thing I knew, I was lying on a hospital bed.
ここは
Where am I?
Suddenly older too, goddamn.
目が覚めた
Oh, you're awake.
具合はどう
How are you
どこか
feeling?
痛いところはあ
Any
る
pain anywhere?
That happened again. Once again, I was talking to a soft-spoken woman whose name I didn't know.
覚えてるあなた
You passed out at the
湖
lake.
で倒れてたのよ
Do you remember that?
びっくりしたわよ朝起きたらあな
You
たは
sure
い
scared
ないし
us. We woke
あ
up
ち
to
こ
find
ち
you
探し回
gone.
ってたら
Searched all over for
病院
you.
から連絡
And
が
then we
来
got a
て
call from the hospital.
病院
Hospital?
一応検査もしたけど
They
どこに
ran
も
some
異常は
tests
ないっ
just in
て
case, but
Yo,
couldn't
that's
find
already-
anything. So that's good.
What was so good about it? If everyone was going to treat me like a nutcase either way, then I would have preferred a proper diagnosis. I mean...
True. Don't worry, buddy, we'll get there.
With nowhere else to go, I accompanied the orphanage worker back to the bamboo house. But they treated me like a troublemaker there too.
お前のせいだ
It's all your fault! Out of nowhere, someone threw a book at me. Oh.
Aw.
What?
俺知ってる
I
んだ
know
か
the
らな
whole story.
あの
That
日
night, the
お
two
前
of
が
you
お姉
snuck
さん
out
とここを
together.
抜け出したってこと
Oh no.
Huh? What was he talking about?
Oh
お
no,
前が
no,
お姉ちゃんを殺したん
You
だ
killed her! I killed someone? Killed who?
こらやめなさい
Hey, that's enough.
だって
But
知らな
I
い
don't remember.
人殺し
Murderer!
人殺し
Murderer? At this, I thought of my mother. I didn't know how she died. but she was most certainly dead. Apparently, I had been living with your corpse, though I didn't remember it. I was always so confused about that. But I tried my best not to think about it, because I was terrified of discovering that I was the one behind her death.
Oh.
A moment later, I was overcome with intense nausea, and I puked right there on the spot.
That's the snow coming up.
You just barfed up some snow.
No, I'm saying like the intense barfing is because of snow right there.
I knew what you meant, but
he just barfs up snow. He's like, why are my insides so cold?
a few days later, the concerned orphanage worker took me to the hospital. Yeah, throwing up snow isn't normal, so...
大丈夫?
Yeah, we're afraid he's Yuki-Oni.
Are you alright?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't like hospitals. And I was...
Yeah, they're never useful to you.
Yeah. I was especially nervous to visit the psychiatric ward.
Alice-san.
No, sir. I'm ready to see you now.
Oh boy.
Right. Summoned by name, I entered the examination room.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
The psychiatrist was a middle-aged man with glasses and graying hair. As I sat down on the stool, he looked up at me from the documents on his desk. What brings you in today? I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little nervous.
Aww.
And the silence terrified me. Desperately, I searched for something to say. I tried to laugh it off, but I wasn't sure if it sounded natural. What makes you feel nervous? Well, I wasn't expecting him to ask. Instantly, my mind went blank.
Mine too.
I needed to say something. Anything. Now. Now! But the words wouldn't come to mind. His steely gaze made me want to bolt. According to your paperwork, it says your mind often wanders to the point that you lose track of time. Is that correct?
Several years, in fact.
He noticed me fumbling and changed his question. Yes. I answered in a shaky voice. How long has this been happening for you? How long?
You're asking a guy with no concept of time how long something has been happening. Great question, Doc.
Ever since I can remember, one minute I'm at home, then I find myself outside, talking to someone I don't know. Do these people seem to know you? Yes. I see. Please, continue. In the process of answering his questions, my anxiety must have faded, because this time my mind stayed sharp. It's okay. He's the doctor. He's used to this stuff. It's okay if I make mistakes. For some reason, it feels like I'm dreaming. I know I'm awake, but sometimes I have these strangely vivid, lifelike experiences. I know it's not real, but sometimes I feel like crying. My chest hurts. It feels like I'm reliving my memories, but from the perspective of someone who isn't me. Almost like I'm not really Alice anymore. Do you ever find yourself in a place you don't recognize, or find yourself injured and don't know how it happened? Yes. I see. Let me see your hand. Okay. I did as requested. He lightly slapped my palm. High five. Did you feel that? Did it hurt? Yeah. Incidentally, how do the people in your life treat you?
Like fucking trash.
Yeah. Has anyone ever told you you're acting like a different person?
それは
Well,
戸口の暗いところ
have you ever
や
felt someone
あなた
watching
の
you
手
from
の
a
届か
dark
ないところ
doorway?
で
Or somewhere
誰かに
just out
覗
of
き見されてい
reach?
ると感じたことはあなたの
Was
後
there
ろ
a
に
dark shadow behind
黒い
you?
影はいますか
How did he know all that?
はい
Yes.
Wizard. No, Wizard's not there yet.
Not yet. Alright then.
おそらくあな
I
たは
believe you may have a
乖離性
condition
同
known
一性
as
障害
dissociative identity disorder.
乖離性同一性障害
Identity disorder?
乖離性同一
As
性
the name
障害とは
suggests, DID is a
乖離性障害の
dissociative
一つで
disorder
切り
wherein
離した
detached
感情や記憶
emotions
が
and
成長
memories
して
take on a
別
personality
の
of
人
their
格とな
own.
って表に現れるものなんですが
I guess that's one way to put it.
It's
多
probably the
重人
most
格という言葉をテレビや小説などで聞いたことあります
polite way they could put it.
I feel like it's just really picking apart of what is a person, what is a personality type of explanation.
Yeah, it's very much like they cherry pick their definition for the story that they want to tell right now.
In movies and books, they often use the term multiple personality disorder. Have you heard of it? They use the outdated term because people don't get updated on medical information.
Especially in old movies.
Yeah, depending on how old the movie is, it might have still been called multiple personality disorder.
あります
They have.
僕は
So
多
they
重
have
人格
multiple
なんですか
personality disorder?
No, you have dissociative identity disorder. Get it right, kid.
That's what I was gonna say. How dare you steal the words right out of my mouth?
It was a good joke and they teed it up so well.
まだ乖離状態を
Well,
見てい
I
ないの
have
で
yet to
断定は
observe
で
you
き
in
ませんが
dissociative state, so I can't
ほぼ
be
間
sure.
違いないと思
But I
います
think the likelihood is high. Bold of you to assume, Doc, that he's not already dissociated in that moment.
True. For all we know, Alistair could be that now. Alistair was there since the beginning.
Yeah. It didn't really click.
あなたは頭の中で
Have you ever had a
誰かと会
conversation
話を
with
したこと
someone
はあ
in
り
your
ますか
head?
Not for a while.
いえ
No,
ありません
never. Wow.
Liar.
Liar. I lied
Liar,
on a
liar.
reflex. Ah, that's fair.
Okay, he knows he's lying at least.
I'm not sure why I did that. Well, like you said on reflex.
では
Alright
あなた
then.
が小さ
Do
い
you
頃
recall any deeply
ご両親
unpleasant
に
childhood
何か
memories
嫌な
regarding
こ
your
とをされたこ
parents?
とはありますか
Oh, the mother's death, first of all.
Still updating people in paleontology communities that birds are dinosaurs. Hell yeah, they are dinosaurs. Let's go.
Not that they come from dinosaurs or are related to dinosaurs or whatever. They are dinosaurs.
Yeah, because they are the small dinosaurs that lived on when the meteor just wiped everything out.
You're
Because
a
they're the only
dino
ones that
nugget.
can find food to survive.
You're a dino nugget.
I am a dino nuggie.
誰かがあなたを
Has
叩い
anyone
たり
ever struck you or touched you in a way that made you
とても嫌なこ
uncomfortable?
とをされたことは覚えています
What the fuck, Doc?
I was just trying to pinpoint the trauma, I guess.
He is just trying to pinpoint trauma, but like, damn.
No, never.
そうですか
I see. Very well. All at once, I felt sick. You probably thought I was abused as a kid. I mean,
Yeah.
この病気の人は
generally.
幼
This
児期から
condition is
児童
caused
期
by
にかけて
intense mental stress
強
during
い
early
精神的ストレ
childhood.
スを受けていることが多くてですね誰かにいじめを受
Intense
けた
mental
とか
stress. I broke a
誰
bird
か
and my
大
parents
切な
are
人を
gonna
目
yell
の
at
前
me.
で亡くしたとか
Severe bullying
そうい
or
ったことが
witnessing
引
the
き
death
金
of
と
a
なって
loved one.
乖離が
Those
行わ
sorts
れ
of
る
things can become a trigger for dissociation.
That didn't happen till after all this started. Let's be real here.
It was before.
No, because like Cinderella started when he broke the bird and thought he was gonna get punished and he needed to clean it up.
Yeah, but he was still being bullied by kids. Because
I guess it's true.
Mm-hmm. And we don't really know.
And then the bullying got worse.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, the fact that he was scared of being reprimanded by his parents for breaking the bird can also be possibly a thing that hasn't been stated that also is true. That, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like he was small enough a kid where it's like your parents are gods basically.
Yeah. don't really process what's happening until you look at it in retrospect, but it's kind of hard to do that when you don't remember enough to look at it in retrospect.
Yeah, but Alice and Alistair were at the start of the epilogue. Yeah.
Yes, they were. And they were not quite a baby just birthed, so there's stuff that we don't know.
And they were having conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So they knew about each other.
Yeah. Like, we don't know if there was an event that happened.
But then he stopped
that...
talking to Alice after Reikyu moved away.
I don't know. Let's just keep reading. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But of course, there are other causes too. Like other forms of trauma.
Hell yeah.
If he says anything else, I'm going to throw a fit. I don't get it. I don't really understand. What don't you understand?
Everything.
I feel like he was judging me. My throat tightened.
Yes, sir.
I keep having these lapses of memory. But I didn't even notice them at first. When did you first start noticing your memories were missing? The first time I became aware of it was probably 2 years ago. One day, when I woke up, I was in a place I didn't recognize, surrounded by strangers. And my mother was gone. And some guy I don't know told me she was dead. I see now. And that's enough. For today, I'll write you a prescription for some anti-anxiety pills. They should help you feel calm.
Hell yeah. Get that good drugs in them, let's go. They should help you feel calm and then nothing else.
As far as I can tell, that's what you need right now. At your next appointment, I'd like to run some tests, if that's alright with you.
Doctor's just gonna come in with 2 pans, is like, alright, we're gonna run a stress test, and then just starts baiting them together.
Oh dear. Tests. Blood work, MRI, CT, maybe an EEG while we're at it. That's excessive. That's excessive.
Yeah, but you know, like, if it's a lifelong chronic medical condition, probably not overboard with where he's going from, because he's like, okay, we need to figure out what's going on here, because like something's going on.
It's psychiatric.
Well, yeah, but you gotta make sure the body's not doing anything weird before you start focusing on the brain. And they're still in the process of trying to figure out what it is, you know?
They're just gonna...
The brain is body, well...
Your body, I don't know. If you're worried about pain, don't be. When we draw your blood, you'll only feel a small pinch. It doesn't really feel like a pinch, but maybe I'm just too used to getting my blood drawn at this point in my life.
I don't think I've ever had my blood drawn.
Really?
Maybe...
Like, you should be getting regular lab work at least once a year, just generally speaking.
I don't know.
Maybe talk to your doctor about getting some blood work done to make sure all your stuff is good.
When
was the last time you saw a doctor?
Last year, I think.
Sounds like you're due for another checkup.
Maybe.
Let's go to the doctor challenge.
What are you talking about?
It's okay, Spooky's also due to see a doctor. Spooky needs to make a phone call, the scariest thing in the world.
That's a lot more recently than me. Spooky, go see a doctor. God damn. Oh wait, that might have been a dentist. Either way.
Buddy. Well, if you're only seeing dentists regularly, no wonder you're not getting blood work done. Your dentist cannot replace your primary care physician.
Oh, yeah, I've scheduled appointments with them, but they never, like, ask for blood work. They, like, take, like, blood pressure, and that's about it. And ask me, like, some generic questions.
It's still a good idea to get your blood work done regularly, though.
I don't even know what blood type I am, man.
That's not really information that you need to know, because, like, say if you do need blood put in your body stat, because you've experienced a lot
It'll
of
be
blood
on
loss.
record.
No, it won't be on record. They're either just gonna test it or just use O negative.
O negative. Yeah, but I think it'd be interesting to know what blood type I am, though.
You wanna know the easiest way to find out?
Tell me.
Donating blood. They'll tell you.
You're right. You're right.
That's the only reason why I know my blood type.
That is good. I'm just worried it's gonna be like some super unuseful type of blood, like AB positive.
Well, all blood types are useful, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. But like, O negative is the one that you want.
Yeah,
if
that's
you want to be
universal
like
donor.
a chronic donor. It's
Yeah.
universal, baby.
Yeah. But if you're like AB whatever, then like you can get blood from most blood types too, so.
Oh yeah, that's right. If you're AB positive, you are actually good to receive like all blood types.
Yeah.
Damn.
Anyways, this is not a conversation I was expecting to get us into.
Oh, I was expecting it eventually.
Of course, we prefer not to undergo the test. You aren't required to. I wish or hope not. You're just a psychiatrist, man.
He's a doctor.
We can take this one step at a time, whenever you feel ready.
He's a fantasy doctor. He's gonna do everything he can for his patients. Insurance be damned.
Where are the referrals? This is unrealistic. Okay. Nothing. Could you go call in the social worker?
The who now?
Okay.
Yeah, he's fucking crazy.
After my appointment ended and it was time to pay the fee, I walked out to the courtyard to clear my head. Multiple personality disorder didn't feel like it fit at first. Once I thought it over calmly, a lot of things started to make sense. I could say something, but I'm not going to.
I was gonna say, I was leaving that up for you.
Snow White. Hey, Snow White. Huh? And just then, a man in a lab coat called out to me using a name I didn't recognize. Long time no see. What brings you here? The man had silver hair and pale blue eyes. But while he was taller and more distinctive looking than the average Japanese person, he seemed to speak my language fluently. If I had ever been... If I had ever seen him in any point in my life before, surely I'd remember it. I've been worried about you, but I didn't have any way to contact you. I never thought I'd bump into you here of all places. I'm just happy you're doing okay.
Oh, he doesn't know.
As he spoke, he placed a hand on my head. Look, This had happened to me several times now. In the past, it was always miserable for both of us, but starting today, things were going to be different. Now I knew I had a disorder. I don't know why that made me laugh. I shouldn't have.
Head pats.
I think you have the wrong person. My name isn't Snow White, and I don't know you. As I shot him down, he looked back at me in alarm. Same boyo, I got so many disorders. Me too, bestie.
アリステア君
Alistair?
No. Most then the social worker showed up, which was a huge relief.
あの、
Anyway,
すみません。
sorry,
失礼
but
しま
I
す。
have to go. I inclined my head to him and took off running. Nyum.
Nyum.
Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd encounter that man again. At my next appointment, I was officially diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. Dan, only took
Let's
you
go.
2 appointments? That's
It
unrealistic.
only took. That is very unrealistic. I'm gonna call sus on that.
Yeah.
People could go have appointments for their entire lives and not figure out what they're diagnosed, or they could have multiple diagnoses that are just wrong.
Yeah. Or some psychiatrists who will be like, I don't think that's right. Or that
Or
doesn't
it's-
exist.
Or it's like, oh my god, I think it's a super rare case that I can study and become a billionaire off of because I can sell a book.
Zebras.
Yeah, fighting
どうですか？
zebras where there's horses.
何か
How do
生
you
活など
feel?
に問
Are you
題はありま
encountering
すか？
any problems in your daily life? I mean,
施設での暮らし
how
は
are
どうで
things
す
at the
か？
orphanage? Damn it, at least let bros breathe. At the orphanage, the other kids all avoided me.
Let's
No
go.
surprise there. Multiple personality disorder was something you saw in fiction, not in real life. Oh, buddy, it's very real. Whenever the adults were nice to me, the other kids saw it as special treatment for the pathological liar.
アリ
Damn.
スティア君には
You have any friends
誰
there?
か友達はいないのかな？
I'm gonna guess no.
いません。
No.
そうか
Let me see.
アリスティア君
Alistair,
これ
I have
は
a
相談なんだ
proposal.
よね。
Would you be interested in
うちの病
committing
院に
yourself to
入院
our
する気はあるかな？
facilities here? Huh?
私が
I can help
君
you.
の力になろう。
Can we get this quack out of here?
No, he's driving the plot right now.
Yeah, but he needs to stop.
I know he needs to stop because we're about to get to wizard territory. But
Yep. And so, at the psychiatrist's suggestion, I had myself committed.
君は今
Right now,
とても
you're in a
暗い場所
very
にいる。
dark place.
what is this? Hypnosis?
Probably.
Guided meditation?
真っ暗で何も
It's
見
so
えない。
dark. You can't see a
さっ
thing.
きから
You
どれ
can't
だけ
tell
の
how
距離
far
を
you've
歩いたの
walked
か
or how much time has
どれほ
passed.
どの時間
I
が経
can't
った
tell
の
how
か
far I've walked or how much time has passed.
どこまで行けど
No
も
matter
同
where
じ
you
ような
go,
景色が
the
続く
scenery
ばか
around
り
you
で
remains static and
方向の
unchanging.
感覚というもの
It's
も
like the darkness has
時間
consumed
という概
everything.
念も
All sense of
ここで
direction,
は何もか
even
も
the very
失われて
concept
しま
of
っている
time
のかも
itself.
しれない
So it's this quack's fault. Okay, got it.
For the dark world? Yeah.
君が息を
Were
止
you
め
to stand perfectly
足を
still
止め
and
れば
hold your breath?
あと
Only
は
sound
鼓
would
動
be
の
that
音し
of
か
your
聞
own
こえないの
heartbeat.
か
I
も
mean,
し
he
れない
also used that world to create a personality, which is where the wizard lives. So
I mean, yeah, but still, like, let's get this quack out of here.
yeah, he's like, let's just poke around in that brain of yours and see what what sticks.
He just rubbed his little grubby hands like, time to experiment.
Oh,
でもなぜだろ
For some reason,
う暗
you
闇
can
の
still
中
see
で
yourself in the dark.
君は自分の
I'm
姿
a
だけ
light
は
bulb.
I'm a viper fish.
君は前に進み続けた
So you keep walking forward.
さあ
Now,
目の前
what can
に
you see up
何
ahead?
が見える
Oh, Relix. Can you envision an apple in your head?
Let me check. Kind of.
Is
Like,
it
I get the general shape of it, but like, and the color, but like, any details? Nah.
interesting? Interesting.
Why am I gonna die?
No.
Oh.
It just is curious because I can't envision anything in my head. So it's a very high def apple in your head. Is this an autism thing? Because like I know Spooky can
It
also
might be.
like envision Apple very good in head. That's very good English. Apparently, Aeon, like when she envisions an apple, it's like AI generated apple.
Yeah, like in my head, I can get a fuzzy picture, so I can tell you detail. I can tell you like descriptions of it, but I can't like picture the details themselves. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. As much sense as it can to someone that can't envision things anyway. Yeah, well, just to mess with both Spooky and Peachy, now you guys are gonna imagine an apple that's dancing. You can have fun with that.
Suckers. Ah, shit, it's in my head now too.
Have fun. Have fun with your dancing apples.
It sprouted like cartoon arms and legs and just started dancing.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Now it has a top hat and a cane and it's just going crazy.
Peachy's also has a top hat. This is wonderful. Nothing. It's pitch black.
何も見えない。
Nothing.
交代人格同士での
Thus
コン
far,
タ
I've
クトは取れ
established
るようになっ
contact
た
with your
が、
alternate personalities,
主人格
but
で
it
あると
appears the
君
main
が交代
personality
人
is
格と
unable
会
to
話する
speak
こ
to
とは
them.
無理なようだね。
Can't really do the smelling thing on purpose, but that's because your nose is almost always plugged, so, skill issue. Apply juice, please don't.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
いや、何
No, don't be.
君が謝
Nothing you
る
need
こと
to
ではないんだよ。
apologize for.
Oh, that explains why you created the wizard, though.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, I created a personality that's so close to the real personality, and it has all the memories. It's the perfect one to just take over.
The doctor treated me kindly. At first I thought he was
Directly to forehead.
No, do not apply juice directly to forehead.
Directly to the forehead.
It's gonna be sticky. It has sugar.
Rotate. Potato.
Okay. At first I thought he was a cold, unfeeling person, but over time that impression faded. He's still a quack.
Yeah, you should apply it directly to the forehead.
Apply quack direct to the forehead, got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Most importantly, he understood me better than anyone else. So I decided to go along with whatever he asked. That's a bad idea.
Potato. The potato.
Oh dear.
乖離性同一性障害は
In
多
most
くの場
cases
合
of DID, the
別
patient
人格
has
の
no
したこと
memory
を
of
覚え
things
て
the
いない
other personalities did. No, you're just imagining my little cat apple juice and boop. Yeah, I'm sad now too. Thanks. Thanks, Spooky.
What's going on? What's sad?
So, aforementioned Apple Juice the cat is my first pet cat, and she's unfortunately very dead.
Oh no.
Yeah. Fun times. I still have a photo of her. I actually, like, have a couple of, what's the word? Cork boards, and I have, like, a photo of her with my cat that I still have when he was baby.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, how old were you when you called your cat Apple Juice? Just wondered.
I didn't name her. I also didn't name my current cat. In fact, the same ex of Spookies named both of the cats.
The same ex of Spookies? I feel like there's a story there, but I'm not going to dig any deeper.
I mean, long story short, she gave me both the cats, so...
Well, okay then.
Anyways, back to TID.
僕は他の
So,
人格
I
に会う
can't
こと
be
って
with my other
できないんでしょうか
personalities.
Oh, so this is why Reiki is like, oh, I think he wanted to meet them.
Oh, maybe.
Because he can't.
Hmm.
So he might have, like, OD'd on purpose to see if he could meet with his other personalities.
Maybe. And chances are slim.
君はなぜ
Tell me.
人
How
が
do you
自分
think
が
someone
自分なの
identifies
だとわかる
themselves?
と思う
Ooh,
それは
okay, here we go.
自分とい
By
う意
having
識
a
が連続
continuous
しているから
consciousness,
自分とい
or
う意
put
識
more simply, the presence
もっ
of
とわかりやすく
ongoing
言うなら
memories.
記憶かな
Are you basically saying that Alistair doesn't have any personality, Doctor?
I
Because it's a
mean,
very broad, sweeping description.
if you need like consecutive, like a presence of ongoing memories to have a sense of self, that explains why I don't have a sense of self.
I can't remember
乖
shit
離性
either.
同
You
一
think
性
I
障害と
like
はそのシステム
Saki, you
が
don't
おかしくなって
understand.
しまったから起こる障
My
害だ
1-year anniversary is coming up for streaming.
Oh damn, the passage of time.
I have no idea where this last year went.
Streaming, obviously. You have online
Yeah.
records of it.
I have online records. I can go back and watch my very first stream because I recorded it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I will be like, damn, what happened here?
Yeah. The passage of time. Dissociative identity disorder is caused by a malfunction in that system.
もちろん君の体は一つ
But
だ
of
し
course, you only
別
have
人
one
格が
body,
現れている
so
時
even
も
when another
君の脳
personality
は
is in
機能してい
control,
る
your brain is still functional, and different parts of the
Got
brain
it.
light up. Wow.
Got it. We just need to connect all the different parts of the brains all at once
That sounds like a bad idea.
and light it up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, that
it
sounds
is
like a really
terrible
bad
idea.
idea.
だからこそ
Because of that.
中には
That might be
人
called a
格同士
seizure,
で記憶を
actually.
共有している関係
That
が
or a stroke, one of the two. Maybe both. Because of that, some memories may be shared by all personalities.
The
他の
core
人格たちから聞い
memories.
た限りでは
According to your other
君の
personalities,
心の中
your
には
mind is
それぞ
compromised
れ
with
人格
separate
たちの部
rooms
屋があっ
where they
て
pass the time wherever
表
they're
に
not
出て
in
いない子た
control.
ちは普段
Aw,
静か
that's
に過ごしているそうだよ
You
Yeah.
got little roommates in your head, buddy.
話をするときは
Whenever they need to
暗闇の
talk,
世界に
they
集ま
gather
っ
in
て
the
するらしい
darkness.
Conspiring.
闇の世界
The darkness.
私が君を誘おうとした場所
The
です
place I tried to guide you to.
彼らは自分が多
Are they
重人
aware
格だ
that
と
we
知っ
have
ているんでしょう
DID?
か
Ooh.
いや
No.
どうして
Why haven't
彼
you
らに
told
真実
them?
を教えないんですか
彼らは彼ら
They
で
each
問
have
題
their
を
own
抱えている
problems. If they
そ
found
の
out
上
they're
で
your
自
personalities
分
on
が
top
君
of
の
that,
人格
who
の
knows
一部
what
で
they
あると
might
知った
do.
ら
They
何を
just
し
start
てくる
letting
か
the
わからない
darkness on fire.
Oh dear.
Hostile takeover of your own brain. Secret darkness meeting. Woo!
君が記憶のない時に
Though
活動
there
してい
may
る人
seem
格たち
like
は
the
独立してい
though
る
they
人
may
間のよ
seem
うに
like
見えても
independent people operating outside of your
切り
memory,
離した君
they're
の感
ultimately a
情や記憶に過ぎ
manifestation
ない
of your emotions. I'm not sure about that one.
This little guy can hold so many problems.
Me too. Wow, what a coincidence.
It's like life is a never-ending series of challenges and problems. Wow.
Wow. That night, I looked in the mirror for the first time in a long while.
Hello.
And there, I could see a blonde guy with a blue ribbon staring back at me.
Is he
君た
cute?
ちは僕の一部なんだ
You're all a part of me.
君たちは
You've
僕の
taken
体
control
を
of
使
my
って
body, my
僕の
head,
頭を使
my
って
entire life.
僕の命を使ってる君たち
And
は
the truth is, you're
本当
all
は
Freeloaders.
looking inside me were versions of myself I didn't know. They had no self, but I had no confidence. Am I really me? Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Y'all living in my head need to start paying rent. Given that humans were highly adaptable creatures, I picked up on this pattern fairly quickly. This time I landed on my feet. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That is until my legs buckled under me. So close. Where am I? As far as I could tell, nothing had changed. Blah 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 blah.
You got this, buddy.
Don't worry, I'm on it. However, Kaguya? Kaguya! Kaguya. I knew it. He's not here.
Hi, Bear. Welcome on in.
Unlike Bear, who's here. Hi, Bear.
1 minute I was holding hands with Kaguya, and now I wasn't. He had vanished, just like Red Riding Hood.
Dun, dun, dun.
Probably because they can't go into each other's rooms.
Yeah.
I wonder what awaits me in this world.
Gretel.
I don't think it's Gretel.
They've been going in order.
Oh yeah, they have.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Anyway, as my heart raced with excitement and fear, someone suddenly called out from behind me. Uh-oh.
Sister.
No, this is after the sister arc. This is when he's starting to get better, remember?
I know, but it's funny that he appeared immediately.
Reikyu? Gretel!
探しましたよ。
I was looking for you.
倍になって
What are you looking for there down on the ground?
Oh, you know, Kaguya.
I want to say I'm looking for Alice. Do you have a microscope? But now really wasn't the time for height jokes. Damn, she just called him short. Instead, I got straight to the point.
Say, Gretel, can I ask you a weird question? Are we, by any chance, currently dating?
Gretel, however, ignored my question. He helped me to my feet and...
Ow!
Karate chopped me on the head. I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
何寝ぼけたこと言ってんですか
Don't be absurd!
He shook his head at me in exasperation.
Oh, sorry if I...
当たり前じゃないですか
Of course we're dating! We have your family's approval and everything! I knew it!
何がやっぱりなんですか
Knew what? It seems like I'm moving through each world in order. Now I'm in a world where you're my boyfriend. Oh, Reikyu.
He frowned at me dubiously. This time I should probably cut to the chase. Chasing Alice, that is.
Say, Gretel, do you know Alice?
アリスあの金髪チビのことがどうし
What do
た
you want
ん
with
です
that
か
blonde-haired gremlin? I need to find him.
ああ、なるほど
I
それで
see.
四つん這いに
Yes, he's so short. I
彼小
imagine
さい
you
です
need a
もんね
microscope to find him. I mean, he's not that short.
Way to steal my joke, Gretel. Gretel, be nice. No.
Do you know where I can find him?
知りませんよ
I don't.
なんでまた
Why on
あの
earth
人
are
の
you
ことを
searching
探して
for
る
him?
んですか
Well, I really need to ask him something.
そうですか
Is that so?
ほら手を貸してくだ
Here,
さい
give me your hand.
He took my hand.
Huh?
アリスさんを探しに行くんでしょ
You want to
僕も
look
一緒
for
に探
Alice,
してあげ
right?
ます
Then I'll come with you. Thank you.
See, he is being nice. He's not crazy this time.
For now.
For now. Fuck, for now. As we walked, I scanned our surroundings. Once again, Gretel looked at me dubiously.
さっきから落ち着きがない
You
ですね
seem oddly restless. Well, I thought maybe he was tailing me again.
彼を探してるのに彼が
You're looking for
ついてきてるん
him?
ですか
But you think he's following you? Well, if he doesn't want to be found, he might try to hide behind me, you know?
was a reasonable suspicion, especially after last time.
まあ確かにあの人ならやりかねませんね。
That does sound like something you try to pull.
Gretel nodded, smiling grimly. Come to think of it, I never asked any of these guys how they were connected to Alice.
No boy.
So how do you know Alice? Aren't you friends with him?
Well, Red tried to
別に
answer,
お
and
友
then
達じゃあり
shit
ませんよ。
happened.
Yeah.
ただの知り合いです。
No, not particularly. We just know each other.
気づいたらそこにいたって感
One
じ。
day he was just
大して
there.
話もしたことないし
Not like we've spoken much.
でも不思議とあ
But
っちは僕の
somehow,
ことを
he
知ってる
seems to
みたい
know me,
人
and
の
well
触れ
enough
られ
to
た
prod
こと
at
を
all my
受け継い
emotional
でいる
bruises. Oh, wow. So, how would you describe him?
嫌味な人ですね。
A sarcastic asshole with an oversized ego and a Napoleon
体の割には
complex.
態度がでかくて。
See, he's being nice.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Sounds like Alice, alright? Damn.
何笑ってるんですか？
What are you smirking about? Huh? I'm smirking?
I pressed a hand to my mouth.
ええ。気持ちの悪いくらい
Yes.
ニヤ
It's an
ニヤ
infuriating, nasty smirk at that. Huh. Weird.
But I didn't have a mirror on me.
So I couldn't check. Damn. Oh, what about me? Do I know Alice?
知ってるからこうして探してるんじゃないん
Why
です
else
か？
would you be looking for him?
Good point.
A good point, I guess.
Beating around the bush was getting me nowhere. Maybe Reiki and Arisu and I were two different people after all.
Perhaps like the others, Gretel would be willing to believe me.
However,
Reikyu.
Gretel suddenly addressed me in a serious voice, so I glanced over. He returned my look with a scowl.
アリスさんのことを探してるのは分かりましたが、恋人でもあ
I
る僕
understand you're looking for him,
他の男の
but
こ
I
とを
think
聞
it
く
should
の
be bad manners to talk
Mana
about another man in front of your
ihan
boyfriend. Oh, sorry.
ま、別にいいですけど。
Whatever. I don't really care.
This world's Reiki Arisu is currently dating Gretel, and that's the only character trait that we know about this one.
Yeah.
Surely anyone would get upset if their beloved gushed about some other person. Even her. Gretel faced forward and showed no signs of commenting further. So far, each guy seemed a little different than when he was the designated boyfriend, and Gretel was no exception. Oh, buddy, you have no idea. They watered this fucker down.
For now.
For the most part, their personalities stayed the same, but maybe it was the change in relationship that made them seem different? Or maybe each character came across differently based on who was that particular world's protagonist.
アリスさんですが、この辺りにはい
Well,
ないようで
Alice
すね
doesn't seem to be around. Yeah, apparently not.
We walked up and down the main street, but no sign of Alice. You hear that, Sakyu? No sign of Alice.
For now.
For now. Based on past experience, I knew that the scope of our search was limited. The mansion, the lake, the cafe. Frankly, I could count all the locations on one hand. And you still have 2 extra spots, Reikyu.
Should we go back home?
アリスさんはいいんですか？
You don't want to keep looking? Nah.
なら、帰りましょうか。
Alright then.
僕た
Let's
ち
go
の
back
家
home where we belong.
I swear, if he takes her to the fucking candy house.
To the cage.
It's the cafe!
I knew it.
This place is a cafe, right?
そうですけど。
Technically, yes, but... Do we work here together?
This is a completely serious question on my part, and yet...
Ow!
Once again, he karate chopped me. You haven't explained anything about what's going on.
Yeah.
Don't hit me, you jerk!
いや、なんかボケてるのかなと思う。
Well, I thought maybe you needed it. What am I, an old TV?
Maybe.
Even worse. He was such an ass to me, it was hard to be sure if we were actually dating.
しっかりしてください。僕たちは学生で、ここは
Pull yourself
喫茶店だ。
together! We're full-time students and this cafe closed down years ago. It closed down?
What's your reaction to this? Ooh. Well, that's depressing, or if only we could run it together.
Fuck Gretel.
I say if only we could run it together. I see you hovering over the depressing option.
I mean, fuck Gretel. I don't want to run anything together with him.
But we know he makes really good pastries and candies and sweets and stuff.
Yeah, but
Isn't that like most of a cafe's menu?
he's a dick.
Yeah, so. The man can make a pretty mean scone, okay?
That said, it'd be fun if you and I could run the place together.
Absent.
僕だったらやっぱりスイーツ
Knowing
担
me,
当ってとこ
I'd
です
probably be
ね
in charge of making all the desserts.
Scarring after dessert, true. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just smiled. But it's okay, he doesn't need the candies anymore.
I'm
And
not
so
sure
we
about
entered
that.
the cafe. We broke into an abandoned building.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
Neither.
okay.
Welcome home.
Inside we found Ryoshi lounging around. You know, like a deadbeat.
Ryoshi!
I exclaimed on reflex, his eyes widened slightly.
何しに来たんですか
Why are you here?
Gretel asked with a sour sneer on his face.
何しに来たって
No real reason.
たまたま実
I
家の
was in the
近くを通ったから
neighborhood, so I thought
寄
I'd
っただ
drop
けだ
by.
Oh yeah, they live
ってい
here,
うの
don't
は
they?
嘘で
Yeah.
お前たちの様
Just
子を
kidding.
見に来た
I wanted to check on you too.
だと
Ah, that's what I thought.
調子はどうだ
How's it going?
見た
Things seem
ところ
pretty peaceful.
落ち着いてるみたい
あくびが出るくらい落ち着いてますよ
So peaceful, I'm practically falling asleep.
さっさと帰って
Now,
くだ
run
さい
along home, please.
だコーヒー入れて
Riku,
くれ
make me some coffee. Or Gretel. I don't care.
人をこき使わないでください
Don't
Coffee
boss
く
around
らい自分で
our
入れ
own
てくださいよ
house.
大
You
人
want
でしょ
coffee? You're an adult. Make it yourself.
Nevertheless, Gretel grabbed an apron off the shelf. Nice guy.
まったく
Good
姉さん
grief.
は座ってていいですよ
Have a seat, sister.
僕が用
I'll
意しま
handle
すから
it. Oh, okay. Thanks.
With that, he disappeared into the kitchen. Now it's just me and Ryoshi. He kept staring at me, and frankly, I was feeling pretty awkward. I was curious to learn what his backstory was in this world, but for now I needed to act casual and keep my gaze averted.
いつもと比べて
You're
おとなしい
unusually quiet today.
Am I? Maybe.
My plan was foiled, and I was forced to endure a long moment of silent eye contact. Oh shit.
おい
Riku.
Yes?
Is something wrong?
Well,
But before I could decide whether to come clean,
やっぱり漁師さんもそう思いますか？
I had a feeling you'd think so too. Gretel reappeared carrying a tray of coffee and snacks. He looked over at me.
姉さん、あなた本当に姉さんですか？
Sister, is it really you?
Did you only now get the 3-stream streak?
shut up.
どういうことだ、グレー
What's
テル。
that supposed to mean, Gretel?
さっきからなんだかおかしいんですよ。
She's been acting
知っているはず
strangely.
のことを知
She
らな
keeps
かった
asking me
みたいな
questions she
反応
ought
を
to
した
know
り
the answer to.
まるで突然記
Almost
憶
as,
喪
as
失
if
になったみたい
she
に。
suddenly has amnesia or something.
Well,
Sonata! The truth is, I have amnesia.
I exclaimed brightly.
Huh?
But the reactions were tepid at best.
漁師さん、一刻も早い治療をお願いします。
Mr. Hunter, please administer treatment ASAP.
その必
it
要がある
appears
み
she
たい
needs
だ。
some.
What? I'm not lying. Really, I can't remember anything.
記憶喪失
So
という
you
な
say.
ら
But you
俺
seem
の
to
ことも
remember
グレ
being
ーテルのこ
Gretel
とも
just
覚えている
fine.
のはなぜだ。
Why is that?
Shit.
That's because I remember the alternate worlds I passed through. See, I've actually met the two of you before this. But in that world, we weren't dating and...
これはやばい。
Okay, this is dire.
重症
Her
だ。
condition seems serious.
Great, now I get the crazy treatment.
So, what relationship do we all have to each other?
I asked, hoping to change the direction of the conversation.
俺の名前
My
は
name is Hiroshi
Alice
Arisu,
Vod.
and I'm your brother.
お前の兄だ。
And I'm Gretel Arisu.
Right.
Same as he was in Cinderella's world then.
で、
I'm
グレーテル
Gretel.
は
義理の弟と書いて義弟
I'm
で
your
す。
brother. Step brother to be precise.
Step brother?
Gretel furrowed his brow.
僕はこの家のものじゃないって意味ですよ。
My point is, we're not related by blood.
まあ、僕があなた
Although,
と
if you and I
結
get
婚すれば
married,
家族に
we'll
な
be
るん
family
です。
regardless. He smirked smugly.
I see. Well, that explains that.
I smirked back.
Huh?
Once again, they gave me the frigidary treatment.
姉さん、どういうことか
Sister,
ちゃんと説明してくれ
please
ますか？
explain what's going on here?
Okay. Mirrors and junk. So as you can see, I don't think I'm the same Reiki Arisu who belongs in this world.
The two of them listened to my crazy story in perfect silence. After I finished, they exchanged a glance.
漁師さんはどう思いますか？
What do you
この
think,
人が
Mr.
嘘を
Hunter?
ついていると思い
Is she
ますか？
lying?
いや、
No,
そう
she
は
doesn't
見えな
seem
い
to be.
が。
That's him.
まあ、
She's
実
probably
際は
just
そう思い込んで
delusional.
るってだけだろう。世界を移動
Moving
するなんて
between worlds.
現実
That
では
just
あり
doesn't
えない。
happen in real life. Well,
話を聞いてい
Well,
る限り
buddy.
from what I
統
can
合
tell,
失
it
調症の
sounds like
症状を思わせ
schizophrenia.
るな。
Given his extent of medical knowledge, this world's Ryoshi was no ordinary hunter.
姉さん。いや、
Sister!
違う。
No, that's not right. Gretel shook his head, then pinned me with his gaze.
アリスさん。あなたはアリスさんを追ってここに来たんですよ
You
ね。
said you came here chasing Alice, yes? Yeah?
今すぐアリスさんを探しましょう。
Then let's go find him. Right this instant. Huh?
アリスさんがこうなってしまった。
You said he probably knows why this is happening to you, right?
なら、草の根を分けても
Then let's leave no stone unturned. With that, he grabbed me by the arm.
というわけでお兄さん、僕たち
Now
は
then,
今から
dear
出かけ
brother,
てきます。
we're heading out. And dragged me off, smiling from ear to ear. Bunnies.
Bunnies.
Gretel strode briskly forward, dragging me along by the arm. Thanks, Gretel.
別に感謝する必要はありません。
No need to thank
当然
me.
のことをした
Anyone
まで
would
で
have
す。
done the same in my shoes. But just then he came to a sudden stop.
僕はあなたがおかしくなったとは思い
I
ま
don't
せんよ。
believe that you've gone crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
あ
They
なたは
locked me in a
確かにクレイ
room.
ジーですけ
A
ど、
rubber room.
狂って
A
は
rubber
ない
room with a cage.
あなたはいつも正気でしたよ。
Sure, you've always been a little nutty, but it was all a calculated act. You were doing it on purpose.
だから、多分あなたは本当のことを
So
言
I
っている
believe
んだ
you're
と。
telling me the truth. Gretel. Sure enough, Gretel was no different from the rest of them. Stupid. Whoever this Reikyu Arisu girl was, they all loved and trusted her from the very bottom of their hearts. Perhaps that's how they managed to detect an imposter so quickly. Is he literally just right there?
Yeah.
Aha!
What?
Oh, what? I just saw Alice.
あ、
He's
姉
getting
さん。
sloppy.
Yeah.
Sister! Alice! Wait! I tried to give chase, but soon lost sight of my quarry. That's strange. Was I just imagining things?
姉さん。
Sister! Whoa! The sudden voice behind me nearly made my heart stop.
いきなり走り出さないでください。
Please don't run off
心
like
配す
that.
るじゃないですか
You。scared me. I'm sorry. Once he caught his breath, Gretel looked around.
この森は。
This forest. What about it?
ええ。
Oh,
何でも
it's
ありません。
nothing. Sure didn't seem like nothing, but I could tell he didn't want me to keep digging.
それで
Yeah, he doesn't want you to find his
Alice-san
weird
はいましたか？
house in the middle of the woods.
It was burnt down, remember?
Well, you know, the site where it was. So did you find Alice? No. I went along with his subject change.
そうですか。
I
こ
see.
の辺りは夜に
It
なる
gets
と
very
真っ暗
dark
に
in
なり
these
ます。
parts at night, so it's
危ない
not
ですよ。
safe. Let's get out of
行き
here.
ましょう。
But Alice is still out there. Right as we turn to go, however, the bushes nearby start rustling. Alice! Did you hear that?
聞こえました。
I did indeed. Together we looked in the direction of the sound. It was fat Snow White. You seek help from Gretel? Yes.
Fine.
Wait.
Yes or no? Anyway, doesn't matter.
Gretel. He shielded me behind his back.
大丈夫です。何が出てきたとしても。
It's okay.
あなた
No
の
matter
ことは
what's in
僕が
there,
守りま
I
す
promise I'll protect you.
He's just a little bunny rabbit. Oh, it's a wizard.
Oh, hi, wizard.
あの子は相変わらず困った子だ。
Good grief, what a little handful.
Just then, someone dressed in all in black rose up from the bushes.
げ
君は
It's you.
As soon as the man laid eyes on me, his pupils contracted like a cat sizing up its prey.
Cat.
Then this mysterious and absurdly handsome man walked right up to me,
He is
choked me
handsome.
out.
ちょっと失礼。
Pardon me a moment.
He smacked Gretel's hand away and then touched my head.
No.
What? Whoa! Next thing I knew, he ruffled my hair. Aww. Not this one. Kind of a weird reaction coming from the guy currently petting a total stranger.
やめてください。いきなり何
Stop
する
that
んで
at
すか
once!
変態
What do you think you're doing, you creep? Gretel shoved the man away from me.
どうやら
It would appear
君
you
はあの
aren't
子じゃない
her.
みたいだね。
I tilted my head in confusion.
ああ、
No,
ごめん
my
ごめん。
apologies.
いつも一
It
緒にい
seems
る
I've
こと
been
をはぐれ
separated
ちゃっ
from
た
my
ね。
companion. Is he looking for the kitty cat?
Yeah, he's looking
な
for
ん
the
でそれ
kitty
で彼
cat.
女に触る必要があるん
What
で
does
す
that
か
have to do with you touching my girlfriend?
僕の探
Well,
してる
you
子
see,
は
she's a
彼女
dead
にそ
ringer
っ
for the
くりで
one
ね。
I'm looking for.
その割に地べたに這いつくばって
Then
ま
why
せ
are
ん
you
でした
searching on your
か
hands?
彼
Then
女
why are
は
you
そん
searching
な
on
に
your
小
hands
さく
and
ないでしょ
knees? She's
ゲル
much
ド
bigger than that. And not just in terms of height.
She also likes to meow sometimes. Don't worry about it.
She does like to meow sometimes.
What does she look like exactly?
Well, sometimes exactly like you, sometimes like a cat.
Sometimes just like a little meow meow.
Small, black, with pointy ears and hair all over.
1ミクロンも姉さんに似てな
That
い
sounds nothing like sister at all.
That doesn't even sound human.
Ah, come to think of it. We haven't spoken in a long time, have we, Gretel?
The man raised his hand in greeting like he only just realized. It seemed the two of them were already acquainted. If the look on Gretel's face said anything.
Yeah.
今思い出したかのような挨拶どう
Gee,
も
thanks for pretending to remember.
行きましょう
Let's go, sister.
And apparently Gretel wanted nothing to do with him. But of course, I wasn't going to let it slide.
Who is this, Gretel?
I wasn't going to go home until he gave me the full story. Oh, here we
この
go.
人はそう
He's,
以前に僕がいろいろと
well,
お世話になっ
he
た人
helped me
で
out with some stuff a while back.
His eyes darted all over the place as he spoke, suggesting he was deeply uncomfortable.
Well, don't you want to talk to him?
大丈夫ですちゃんとお礼はし
No,
ましたから
that's okay. I already thanked him for all this help.
さあ早く行きましょ
Now, let's get going.
He turned on his heel to leave, however.
あれから随分とう
It
まくい
seems
ってるみ
things
たい
have
だ
worked out
ね。
really well for you since
監
we
禁
last
状態から
spoke.
スタートなんて
I'm surprised,
大きな
given all
設定だなと
started
は
with
思って
forced
た。
imprisonment.
Wow, wizard. Gretel froze in place.
もうお菓子は
You
必
don't
要
need her
ない。
candy anymore?
Wait, back up. Imprisonment?
Yeah, like in a cage or something.
Yeah. Now that I wasn't expecting to hear. Oh, buddy, buckle up. You're in for the ride of your fucking life. Looking up at Gretel, I found him staring at the sky.
その反
Your
応
confusion just now.
ヒロインちゃん
By any chance,
も
have
し
you
かして
forgotten me,
僕
little
のことを
heroine?
覚えてないの
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Murmuring pensively, he walked back towards me. Then he leaned in until our noses were practically touching.
I see. Now I understand.
I could see a meek, soft girl reflected in his gentle amber eyes. Perhaps my eyes were reflecting something back at him, too. But was it really me he was looking at? Or was it a different me?
I'm pretty sure he's staring directly into your soul through your eyes, Riku. Have a good lurk, Peachy. Nice to meet you, little heroine. I am the wizard. Delighted to make your acquaintance.
Mr. Wizard!
I'd love to invite you out for a drink, but I doubt he would appreciate that.
As the wizard backed out of my personal bubble, Gretel snapped to his senses and directed a furious glare his way. You're damn right I wouldn't! Are you supposed to be looking for someone?
I was, but that problem's been solved.
Resolved. Huh?
And unfortunately, I now have a different job to do.
Excuse me, starts choking her.
Now then, you two, I'll see you around. Matane.
And with that, he turned on his heel, flourishing his cape gallantly as he went. Wait, please! I hastily gave chase. Tell me, have you seen a blonde guy somewhere around here?
You mean Alice?
Yes, Alice! You know him? See, I've been chasing him! At this, the wizard's eyes narrowed into little crescents.
Nah, so it's you he's running from. I suppose that makes sense.
Do you know who I am?
But of course, I know every world's version of you. You came here through the looking glass, didn't you?
How did you know that? Please, I'm begging you. Tell me everything you know.
I don't think that's strictly necessary.
Yeah, he knows a lot more than you do.
Now, I must ask you, what do you think this world is? Passing through the mirror to a different realm. Sounds like a fairy tale, don't you think? Admit it, little heroine. You've realized the truth of this world. But you don't want to acknowledge it, so you're playing dumb. But once you acknowledge it, once you internalize it, there's no going back. That might explain why he keeps running.
Because he doesn't want me to learn the truth?
Not quite. I think perhaps he's scared.
He is. The wizard donned an all-knowing smile.
Which dream it?
Thank you for speaking English. Less work for me.
Fuck you.
I do like reading as the wizard though, but that's okay.
君か
You or me. Whoever doesn't wake up will disappear. Now then, I'd better be going. See you around, little heroine.
With the soft smile, he turned and left. What on earth was that about?
You know, stuff and things.
元からわけがわからない人だったけ
He's
ど
always been a total
ますま
mystery.
すよくわからなく
Now
なっ
even more confused.
た。姉さん
Sister? The wizard was right. Deep down, I had realized the truth. This world was a dream. We were all characters appearing within it. But if this was a dream, then how did that explain my consciousness? Maybe I'm scared too. No sooner had the words left my lips than the bushes started rustling.
またですか。
Not again. Gretel let out a grieved sigh. I approached the bushes.
あ、姉さん、危ないですよ。
Wait! Sister! It's not safe! No, I think it's okay. I think I might be the wizard's companion. I reached out, spread the branches, and found... Alice, you fucking dumb bitch. Well, Sakyu, go on.
I just wanted to listen to his meow. This is funny.
Go on. There's a line for you to read.
Meow.
Get him! I pointed out my quarry and bellowed from the bottom of my lungs.
はい、お姉様。
As you wish, sister.
Yeah, Peachy missed out on that. Shameful.
Sucks to be Peachy. At my command, gleefully sprang into action. I chased after them as fast as I could. I felt like we were playing a game of tag.
I mean,
Who would win? Him or me? When would the game finally mercifully end? Whoa! Ah! Just then my feet slipped out from under me and I hit the ground. Ow. Probably pushed myself up and regained my balance. It was too late. I was all alone. Gretel? It's pitch dark. Reminds me of that one time. At night, the forest was dark and eerily quiet. It felt like I'd been engulfed in shadow. Stop it! Someone help! Clutching my head, I cowered down on the spot. Alice! On impulse, I called his name. Not Cinderella, not Red Riding Hood, not Kaguya, not Gretel, not Snow White, not the wizard. I called the name of the very first person I met. The first one to call me Arisu.
Why exactly are you screaming my name?
Alice!
You okay?
Yeah.
Here, give me your hand.
I reached out and he pulled me up onto my feet. Thanks.
What? You can let go now. I mean it. Let go.
No. Don't worry. I won't let go.
This is no time for your stupid poetic one-liners. What do you mean, don't worry? Never said I was. I'm going to speak my language, then use it properly. Or did you actually say goat curry? Is this an episode of Fear Factor?
I eat goat curry. Like, what the fuck?
君らしくない。
What's wrong?
い
This
つもみた
isn't
いに言い
like
返
you.
してこないのか。
Are you gonna shoot back like you usually do?
リボン
Your
が
ribbon's
ほどけてい
come
るぞ。
undone.
そこに座
Sit
れ。
there. I'll
僕
fix
が
it for
直して
you.
やる。
Man, she just took the wind out of Alice's sails.
Yeah.
Why did you come back? Weren't you running from me?
追われたから
I
逃げ
ran
た。
because you were chasing me.
グレーテ
But
ルの
Gretel's
身体
physical
能力
stamina
は
is second
赤
only
ずきん
to
と
Red
魔法
Riding
使いに
Hood.
次いで
And
高
maybe
い
the
から。
wizard.
隙をついて茂
So I
みに
concealed
隠れて
myself in the bushes
そのまま過ぎ
and
去る
waited
のを
for
待ってい
the
たら
two of you to
まる
pass
でお
by.
約束のように
And then
君が
like
すっ
you,
転ん
you
だ。
face planted on the ground.
Damn.
前々から思ってい
You
た
know,
が
I've been
君は
thinking,
体幹を
you
鍛
really
え
need
る
to
必要
tone
が
up
ある
those
な。
core muscles.
ドジっ子
In
ア
this
ピール
day
だ
and
として
age,
も
clumsy
半世紀前
heroines
の
are
ヒ
a
ロイズム
tired trope. I
今時
recommend
流
you
行らない
change
の
that
に早
ASAP.
急な路線変更をするする。ま
I guess
そ
I
の
could
まま
have
無
just
視してもよ
ignored
かった
you.
んだから。
But then you cried out for me
君
in
が
your
情けない
pathetic
声
little
で僕の
voice.
名前を呼
So
ん
I
だ。
had no choice but
し
to
ょうがない
reveal
から出てきてやっ
myself.
ただけだ。
Oh, gotcha. Hey, Alice?
なんだ。
What is it?
Do you think I'm better off not knowing?
少し前に言ってた
That's
こ
the
とと
exact
正反
opposite
対
of what you said last time.
あんなに
I
教
thought
えて
you
教
wanted me
え
to
て
tell you
教えてとう
everything.
るさかったというのに。
Yeah, well, to be honest, I kind of figured it out on my own. I know where I am and what I am.
そうか。
I see.
Tell me, how do you know that you're Alice?
それは
Oh.
When we first met, you didn't give me your name. I only learned it once Cinderella mentioned you back in his world. In every world, you were Alice. And in every world, I was Arisu. Tell me, do you actually remember your past? Are you really Alice? Do you really believe that? If you're wondering why I'm asking these things, it's because I suspect that this world is a dream. And I think I'm right. Because in the real world, it would be impossible to pass through a mirror. But this is a dream, right?
可能だな。
Possibly.
明晰
Maybe
に
it's
と
a
言って
lucid dream.
これ
You
が
can
夢だと
consciously
自覚す
control
るこ
what
とによ
happens
り
within it.
夢の状況を自分の思い通りに変化させられるそうだ。
Right. In that case, what does that make me? What about all the nice people I've met thus far?
夢とは自分の
One
記
could
憶
say
の
that a
断片
dream
の
is a
再現。
reproduction or
再
recreation
構
of
成
our
だ。
memories. In most
夢に
cases,
登場
the
する
people
人
and
物や
places
場
that
所
appear in
は
your dreams
ほ
were
とんど
taken
の場合
wholesale from your
脳の
past.
どこかに記憶されたものだ。知らないものは夢で
Dreams
も
can't
ど
show
うにも
you
な
the
らない。
answer to things you don't
過去
know,
に経験
but they
した
can
も
take
のを
what
元
you've
にして
experienced and invent a
脳が勝手
solution
に
from
作り
there.
出すことだって可能だろう。
Then, why don't I have any memories? Whose dream is this exactly? Alice, I'm scared.
なぜ
What's there to be scared
君が
of?
怖がる必要がある？
Well,
自分が誰かわ
You
から
don't
な
know
く
who
て
you are.
そ
You're
う
Arisu, obviously.
アリスに決ま
Are
っ
you
てい
really
る
going
だ
to
ろう。
question me?
君は僕を疑うのか？
huh?
人は鏡によっ
They
て
say recognizing
初
yourself
め
in
て
a
自
mirror
分
is the
自身を
first stage
客
of
観的に見る手段
self-awareness.
を得た。鏡に映る
It's the
姿
first
が
way in which a
自
human
己で
being
ある
is
こ
able
とを
to
知るのは自
objectively
己
view
認識の第
themselves.
一歩だそうだ。アリス、
Arisu, I'm
僕
your
は君
mirror.
の鏡だ。
Really?
Touches his chest to see if it ripples like water.
You are? Oh, Alice. I'm so glad you're here. Without any memory of who I am, I can't recognize myself in anything. But with you here as my mirror, I can finally find myself, or rather, myself.
You're better off smiling than frowning on the ground anyway. There, all done.
Thanks! But when I touched my ribbons, something caught my attention. Wait a minute! This ribbon is the same as yours! I looked over at him. Sure enough, he was wearing the same ribbon and smiling.
Alicia, even if you forgot, I never will. I love your gemstone eyes and soft, fluffy hair. So it makes you, you.
Instantly, the pitch-dark world erupted in light, as warm as summer sunshine. Sure, maybe it was just the moonlight reflecting off his golden blonde hair. But that was enough for me. Then he turned and started running.
Let's go.
Ah, that shit again. Hey! Wait! Alice!
We still got 2 more boys to go through.
Only 2 more boys. I'm back at the lake?
In the biggest mirror of them all.
Jump in. I couldn't see Alice anywhere. Perhaps they already moved on to another world. Sister! I mean, Arasu! Gretel! Ah, thank God. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to leave you behind in the dust. You must have been frightened. Wait, what happened to your ribbon? I'm sorry. I have to go now. My people need me. Go? Go where? To the next world. Fine. Fine, you win. I'll come with you. He let out an exasperated sigh, but I could tell he wasn't trying to be condescending. Hey, how come you're so nice to me? I may look like the same as your Reiku Arasu, but that doesn't mean I'm really her. At this he smiled sadly. I admit, you might not be the Reiku Arasu I know. But to me, you look every bit like the woman I love. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to your distress? Thank you, Gretel. You're very welcome. Now then, allow me to take your hand, princess. Okay. He took my hand in his. Well, here we go. Ready? Jump!
I think this is a good place to end for now. It's almost 1 a.m., Jesus.
Sucker.
It's even later for you, nerd.
I know, but I took a nap.
Okay, buddy. Okay,
Don't
old
you know
man.
naps are the most powerful force in the universe?
Okay, Grandpa.
Oh boy.
Boys.
It's nice to see the story like come together. Like we
Yeah.
here's like point of view.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to see.
It is nice to see.
All the dots are connecting.
Okay, so out, which it was doing that earlier, so it's fine.
What?
What?
I don't know what you said. You cut out a little bit.
Oh, apparently the thing that I have my microphone and hello.
Hello.
The thing I have my keyboard and microphone connected to is like freaking out, so I'll have to figure out some new some new arrangements of how I have my desk set up for next time.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay.
But so how was it? How was it seeing your boys again?
Good. Like always.
Always good.
Yeah.
Next we got 2 more boys and then Alice.
Yep.
So interesting.
Yeah, interesting. This is definitely a word.
I really don't have any more thoughts other than that right
Yeah, that's
now.
fair. Isn't that 3 more boys? Don't worry about it, Spooky.
There's not really much to theorize about anymore. It's just like we know what the plot is, we know what the setup is. We know we just have to see it resolved now. That's it.
Yeah.
Like we have to see this crazy plan to fruition.
Pretty much.
And get the bad ending and then start all the way over.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that 3 more boys? Shh.
Yeah, we don't count in these parts. You should know that by now, Spooky. Well,
who knows? We might get to Wizard and then they're like, okay, we're done. You just gotta deal with Alice now.
We'll see.
Because, like, Wizard's resolution is that he starts hopping around all the different stories with the cat Reikyu and starts putting this crazy plan into motion.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they could just skip him entirely, or, like, he has a little bit right before you get to Alice, but, like, I don't think it's gonna be that long.
We'll see.
Yeah.
For now, though, I'm going to read either VT. They're currently working on some art. Sketches and model art. Wait, it says rerun.
Rerun? No.
Live starts at 8:30 p.m. AEDT. What is that? Australia. It's currently 6:43 over there, so the rerun is going on for 2 more hours, I guess. Interesting. Well, maybe not then, because I'd rather not raid during a rerun. Let's see. A lot of people that I'm following are streaming art right now, actually. Yeah. Do you have any suggestions? Relix.
Sorry, I'm here.
Hi.
I had to pee, so...
Ah, that's fair.
We went for a very long time, and I got through, like, 2 water bottles in that time, so I'm like, shit.
Ah. I see, I see.
But let's see. As for people to raid, let me see who I have.
Okay.
Is this person still going? Probably not for much longer, actually.
Mm.
Let's see. So let's see. I do have 2 people,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if one of them is gonna end soon. So let me check in real quick.
Okay.
Because I know they're like marathoners basically. So they do like super long streams.
Fair enough.
You know what? I got someone for you. Because
Yeah.
it seems like they're still going because marathoners.
Mm-hmm.
So let me type in. There you go.
That is a cute name. I love it already. Let me take a peek at their...
They're good. They got good energy. I see you're still banning bots. Holy shit, I did not realize how many bots you have.
Don't worry about that.
Like I didn't realize like how many bots you actually had, because like I have to ban like 1 or 2 bots every stream, but like I've seen you ban like 10 this stream alone.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been checking periodically. If you only check like once or twice, I don't know.
Yeah, you only get a couple. You only get like 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, but I've been checking throughout stream because I can't sit still.
That makes sense, and a lot of it was just like reading, especially near the end there, where I was going back and forth.
Yeah, it was a lot of you.
Yeah, it was a lot of me. Holy shit.
But there's also a lot of me at points, so you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we'll be reading Goodnight Snack, which is a very good username.
Good username, good energy, fantastic streamer. They are currently playing Shipwreck 64. Well, I guess they're kind of doing like a wrap-up deep dive into like the story now, but like still.
Fair enough. Do you have any parting words for chat?
I would if my brain wasn't stupid.
That's okay, we're all stupid here. Well, thank you guys so much for joining, and I guess we'll catch you all around next time. Yay!
Woo!
Bye-bye!